So a proper good morning to everyone, and many familiar faces. So I think I'm gonna shift the part of introduction, but welcome to the Translating Media Pass Symposium, as we like to call it. I think something we've been raising as EUscreen for some time now, something we had in the pipeline for a number of years because of the pandemic. Obviously, we put it on hold, but it's good to finally be here and to have you all here with us. We have I really think, a very, very solid program ready for today. An excellent keynote, 3 exciting sessions with screenings, etc. So I won't go into details on these because I think we were just gonna introduce you to them on the run. We have, so some of these speakers couldn't be with us here today, so they will be joining online. We also have an excellent, I never know how to call you, but an excellent graphic recorder. No, that sounds wrong, but you will see the outcomes of her work. It's really amazing. She's gonna make graphic recordings of everything that we say during the presentations, the discussions, just to make sure that we also grab her perspective on things. Is there anything else I should mention? There's Wi-Fi. The password is FAMU.2020. That is something I think I was supposed to say too. And of course, we are here as EUscreen, as the network, with our guests. We are here thanks to the support of the Mondriaan Fund again, so very grateful for that. And we are here because of the collaboration with the FAMU Studio. So, Andre, can you tell us more about this amazing place?
Welcome over here. My name is Mondriaan. I'm the director of the Studio FAMU. But this event, we didn't expect before Christmas. I have to say, a very nice last minute present for us. But honestly, it is. Life is challenging to make it happen. So it's thanks to my colleagues who are behind it. So.
Although we are very happy to have the online speakers with us too. So yeah, the hybrid mode. Karen, ready to roll? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Karen Palmer, our keynote for today. I think Karen comes with a specific tagline, storyteller from the future, exactly. So this says a lot, and at the same time brings in a bit of a mystery, and this is what I like about it. So well done with your motto. But yes, Karen is an artist. She's indeed a storyteller. She uses immersive techniques in her work. Her work has been recognized in different fields. You're also a TED speaker. So I think without further ado, we'll just send to you. The floor is yours. Use as you want it. And thank you for being with us.
Oh, that would be super helpful. Okay, good. So I just wanted to ask, sorry, of course. Just wanted to ask, how many people here saw my previous talk? I think it was 2 years ago. Okay, cool. So this is like a part 2 to that talk in terms of picking up what I was talking about, the future of archiving as a storyteller from the future. And I'm here to talk to you about the future of archiving and transport you there in a way. So this talk, I will just do a recap of who I am for a few minutes, and then I will project you into the future of archiving. And then the majority of this talk is actually going to be a mini workshop so that we can connect from the present to the future together here today. In a really fun but inspirational manner. So, as I said, my name is Karen Palmer, and I'm a storyteller from the future. And I create films that watch you back using artificial intelligence, and facial detection technologies, looking at themes of unconscious bias through my work in particular, and sets the backdrop of this world in which we've now found ourselves. So my films kind of branch in real time, depending on your emotional response. And they are life-site immersive installations where you stand within and the film and the AI watches you back And if you respond to the film with fear, it branches in one direction, and calm, it branches in another. So my work uses machine learning, artificial intelligence, and facial detection to make people aware of how their emotions affect the narrative of the film, and in the exact same way how their emotions affect the narrative of their life. The current age that we're living is the information age, but the time that I come from is the age of perception, where people have realized that information has really just enabled people to understand each other even less, but that we have to really focus on expanding our perception for greater understanding. My work is about immersive technologies, subconscious bias, looking at making people, using technologies and making people conscious of their subconscious behavior. And coincidentally, that's some of the very themes that I have discovered is relevant to the future of archiving as well. So what I'm going to do now is that I'm going to kind of give a little mini retrospective of kind of the past of archiving from my perspective, the present and the future of where you will be going, to kind of expand that narrative perspective. So not totally, but in the research that I've done in terms of archiving, much of it originates through anthropology, which is built upon the origins of colonization. Particularly, maybe not everybody in this room, but if it's from Spanish or French or British or Dutch colonies, this was very much the fundamentals of the purpose of archiving. So this is a archivist, N. Thomas, who was archiving Africans in the 1900s. And by using a number, he was very much reducing them to a catalogue and dehumanizing them in many ways. And this was probably the very initial forms of data too. So in the present, the kind of role of an archivist now is about, in my understanding, assessing, describing, and organizing information, but it's still very much built upon this traditional role, or coming from, I should say, the origins of this kind of colonial archiving. So I've come back from the future today to present to you 3 innovations from the future that has kind of transformed your industry. The 3 main areas are collaboration, working with artists, hence why I'm here, inclusion, and community engagement. So artists as collaborators. I'm not sure how many of you within your organizations have collaborated with artists. This is an organization, the University of Sheffield, that collaborated with artists to bring their archives alive by allowing creating immersive AR experiences to do with the trains and making people being able to experience the train experiences in different times and eras on their smartphones. It's not just also exclusive to video, that audio archives have been used. This was in Cornwall to create immersive experiences. And also in the Netherlands, Nicole can't be here today, that they've actually been doing some very innovative work with music and like noise and footsteps and music boxes to recreate the archives by bringing it alive. And more kind of up to date in terms of connecting with these colonial roots. And this is a project in Cambridge called Re-Entanglements, which is based in the same space that N. Thomas, who is this anthropologist, was based, and we create the images on the left. And they use this exhibition to evaluate the kind of origins and the relationship between colonialism and archive, and kind of through a totally different lens, not through the lens of the anthropologist, but through the lens of the community. So I've done artist residencies in companies with technology companies, and this is some examples of some of the many different types of residents that have worked with this technology company. In terms of some are cyborgs, some are disabled artists, some are performers. And what I'm kind of, with the technology company, they were able to glean a lot of value working with artists because it gave them a different perspective to their industry through their eyes without the pressure of a specific type of remit. So what I'm kind of making you aware of today is that in the future, you actually collaborate and you bring artists into your archives in your respective countries, in your respective cultures, to reflect through a different eye, a different perspective, the archives that you have there, with the perspective of social awareness, social justice, so that it's reinterpreted for a new community. And an example of something slightly different, but on the same veins, is I was part of Arts Electronica jury where they were judging the Starks Prize Award in Austria. And this project was not done with archivists or with artists in residence, but it was done by an artist called Mashura. And they created their own individual archive. It was called the Museum of Edible Earth, where they collated earth from all around the world and was looking at the relationship between humans and the earth, and created an archive of this that people could actually go and eat. So this is just an example of how artists are being innovative in bringing people into something which could be deemed as like a catalogue, but has made it very interactive. So also I wanted to say that immersive art is very much art of the future. And like the video I was showing you, the potential for impact on the participant can be quite profound by actually having them inside the art itself and making it multi-sensory experiences. And I'm going to show you a video of the Klimt exhibition, which, if you think of that exhibition, it's very much like a Klimt archive in a way, but people are able to access it multi-sensory and be inside the art in a way. So just to kind of add that is art archive in the way of Klimt's work. And if you could, after seeing that, imagine your archive coming to life in the same way, working with artists, that people and participants and communities can connect with your archives in the same way that hopefully you connected with those visuals. My second key kind of innovation from the future is that you will actually start to engage with communities. So this is an example of what happened with the Getty Research Institute, in that normally the people there focus on organizing the materials and making it, they have quite a solitary experience. But what happened after George Floyd is that they, in 2020, came to an awareness of a different type of responsibility and started created an initiative looking at anti-racist description working group that consisted of 9 archivists, an intern and a facilitator, where they started to evaluate the language that was being used in terms of, as opposed to labeling and cataloging someone as a slave, which kind of dehumanizes them, they would then be looking at it, they would then label it as an enslaved person. And because they became very aware of the kind of unconscious bias that was being implemented within the archives. And they felt a major responsibility to start to address that as an initiative. This is Jen, who's a archivist in Eindhoven in the Netherlands. And Jen started to, also around the same time, 2020, start to have this sense of evolution from somebody who's merely an archivist, who is, well, not merely, but is focusing on overseeing and catalogue and organising, but to very much aware of their role within this. So what they did is that they started to see themselves beyond someone who was cataloguing. So what they did is they created this criteria. They said that from the 1800s and 1930s, that their work was more evidence-based and it was purely a custodian of archives. And in the 1930s, it became about memory and it went more about modern archiving. Then in the 1970s, it became about identity and mediation and societal archiving. But the age we're going into now is more about community and participatory archiving, where it's more of an activist meets archive and collaborating in evidence, which is a total shift in terms of not just your role, but how you would potentially see yourselves as custodians, but now custodians who's conscious of the lens in which you are archiving these brilliant works that you have and the stories that you're creating. And rather than be isolated, this is global what's happening, and that there are many, many different community initiatives that are starting up where this archival multiverse is focused very much on giving a voice to those who are unheard and creating multiple perspectives and interpretations of the archive as opposed to a single traditionally colonial lens. So this is kind of the meat of the talk, which is looking at potentially decolonizing archives. So you may think this is what you envisage is the future of archive, where it's modern, it's shiny, it's streamlined, it's data, it's efficient, it's accessible. But I've come back to tell you that you have to have the perspective, multiple perspectives of the person within the data. Otherwise, you don't really get the full picture, you just get one perspective. So rather than the perspective of on the left, it's more about the perspective on the right and expanding to that. So that is more, it's multiple perspectives. It's not just the viewer and the observer, it's the community that's part of that interpretation. So I know some of you, this might sound quite almost revolutionary in terms of a perspective, but I'm urging you to kind of have courage. My work also has aspects of parkour in it as well, which is about moving through fear, and to just say the world we're living in now is one of crisis and constant change, and that it's very important for you as archivists to be with that curve or ahead of that curve, because this is happening. And also to have to kind of make you know you're not alone, because I did a talk with museums in 2019, which is very much about the futures of museums, and they were going through this kind of transition and change at that time as well in terms of the role of a museum. What is the role of a museum? Is it merely a museum that houses artifacts, or is there a greater responsibility beyond the physical space? And there was the Dr. Alexander Kellner, who is the director of the Museum of Modern Art in Brazil. What happened is the Museum of Modern Art in Brazil had several fires, and this is the remnants of it, and it burnt down. And they had to start to reevaluate the role of a museum. And they started to see it as a research center, something within the community, something which was a living organism. And they started to reevaluate their role as facilitators of the community. So in that spirit, the museums and the archivists, to me, have that same similarity of like these spaces and these artifacts and this data and this context and this work from this colonial past. And it's kind of the questions now is, you know, what is the future of that? What is the role? What is the purpose? And there is getting a variety of responses. And again, decloning the archives is coming up again and again and again. This is by the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. And it's quite a lot of information here, but very similar to JED. They created a catalogue of practice. And just some of the things is guidelines for decolonizing current collections and future collections, using archival practice, review and amend archive policy statements and procedures to consider how these have contributed to an erase and marginalization of underrepresented groups. dissemination, tell a different story with our collections, acknowledge colonial history, and it goes on and on, education and inclusivity. So you can see that this is like a shift that's happening on a global perspective. And also to urge you, as the shift is going on within your organizations or separate organizations, the shift is going on independent to you. So you have this is the Black Cultural Archives who aren't waiting on change, who are implementing change and taking control of creating archives through their lens because they aren't content with the current lens that is being perceived. And then again, this is in the Netherlands, the Black Archivists. And then this is also another archive, decolonization archive, where they're not only looking at creating Pan-African archives, but also implementing structures and teaching people courses and a methodology that anyone can do it. So you can see this is a movement that's happening that is happening all around you. So this is kind of the expansion of the perspective that I'm talking about, that you work with, which is going to happen, you're going to work with local artists within your countries and your sectors and your arenas to come in to give you a different lens and interpretation that can make beautiful spectacle and spectacular experience like the clip that I showed you, and that reconnecting with communities to exchange information and give another insight. And then for those who are ready or feel that they can go, like the next step is looking at decolonization of archives. And I just want to say that this is all happening again, and it's going to happen and it will continue to happen. So it's really for you to discern, okay, I'm going to be a part of this, or I'm going to lead this, or I'm not going to, but it is happening. So I just want you to be aware of that. So I know this could be for some of you quite you didn't probably come here for this type of talk. So I wanted to kind of let you, I don't want to talk at you about it. I want to give you an opportunity to be part of it, because this talk isn't just about the future of archiving, because the future of archiving is you really in this room. So I've done these labs around the world called Hack the Future Labs, where I brought together experts from around the world. That was the New Institute. This is in Hong Kong. And we were working with, this is a neuroscientist, a lotto, a spiritualist, a parkour trainer, to kind of create a methodology that could kind of create some form of transformation in the participant. And I use this for my creative work, but I also use this as the foundation of my workshops. So what I'm going to do now is that we're going to do this workshop where I'm going to kind of connect with your subconscious in a way, and using kind of the principle of parkour is for you to kind of discover your own way as an archivist. Because with parkour, no two people move the same way. Just there's no two same people in this room, so there's no same type of archivist. So I'd like to use this time to enable you to discover what kind of archivist you are, so that we can kind of move away from someone who is purely more of a traditionalist archivist who has so much power and control, to somebody who is aware of, if you're not, which you very well may be, but more acutely aware of your legacy and the power, the total power, because this is you in case you didn't realize, that you wield, and the potential to use that power. So the Hack This Future little workshop has three main aspects to it: looking at your identity, creating a new vision, and then next step in terms of action. So the first thing I'd like you to do actually is, as well, is I just want you to just take 10 seconds, 15 seconds, just to breathe and relax. Because I've been doing lots of talking, and there's probably lots of thoughts going on in your mind. Some of it is like, oh my God, what is she talking about? Another part is like, wow, that's amazing. So I just kind of want you to re-arrive in the space. So for just 5 breaths, just like balance yourself out. So just breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in, out, in, out. 2 more. In, out, and the last one to really relax you, because this is going to be your time. In and out. Okay, so welcome back. So we're going to do a few exercises to refine your personal narrative. Let me put the lights up just a little bit. And I just want to, the first thing, we're going to do just a few things. I'll just tell you what they are. Oh, maybe put the, sorry, the time of it. Sorry, I spoke too soon, but hopefully my fault. Is that we're going to do a really fun, quick exercise just to warm you up, which is called, could it be half light? No, okay, cool. Okay, it's good to know, it's good to know that. So I'll show this and we'll put the lights up. It's a conscious stream of storytelling, which is just like a warm-up exercise. Then we're going to do a reintroduction exercise, which we'll do as a group. And then I'm going to do some rapid fire, which is kind of the subconscious ones. Does everybody have like a pen and paper? Awesome, and that's a bit old-fashioned. I don't even know how to use a pen now. I'm going to spell check it. You can write it in your iPad, you can repeat it if you want. It's just that I need you to move quite quick. So if you have a pen and paper, that would be ideal. But if not, please do you.
Does anyone need pen and paper? Because we have some.
Oh, awesome. I think if you could really go old-fashioned today. And then then we'll do a mini manifesto, and then we have an action plan. Okay, and just to reiterate is that most of our kind of action comes from our subconscious. That shapes our habitual programming from our childhood and our life. And it's when we're not even aware of these things, we're not even conscious of it. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to, through some of this, reconnect with that you can become more aware of what is motivating you, what is guiding you, what is inspiring you, and kind of embrace that or deviate from that. So the very first exercise is a conscious stream of storytelling. You can put your lights up now, is that okay? So this is just to warm up. And I just would like you to just do it in groups of 3 or 4, whoever's near you, like it's behind you or next to you, just whoever the nearest 3 or 4 is. And all it is you're going to tell a story together. One person will say a part of the story, the next person, next part, for like 15 seconds each. And the only thing you have to do is not think. Because normally, about what you're going to say. Because normally when someone's talking to you, it's very tempting to think of what you're going to say next, as opposed to be present and focus on what they're saying. And by focusing on what they're saying, I kind of want you to get out of your head, which tends to be the problem for most people most of the time. So I'll give you an example, right? So I will, yes, you, the most terrified looking person is the person I approach. So I will say a story for 15 seconds. All you will do is listen to me, and then you will continue off the story, and you're not allowed to think about what you're saying for 15 seconds. And then you will then, as soon as you get to around 15 seconds, you will then continue. So all you're focusing on is what she's saying. So somebody
you continue the story.
to continue the story. Sorry, I didn't use the word continue. So can someone just give me a word and I will start and give an example.
Bicycle.
So we're cycling my bicycle in Netherlands, because the Netherlands is an amazing place to cycle, but it's not as amazing as Prague, because Prague is really amazing because of these really beautiful, enchanting Christmas markets. But the thing about Prague is, don't think.
That it's a beautiful city, and I live in the Netherlands, but it's beautiful to visit Prague, and I love going on a walk this morning, and I'm wondering how many seconds do I still have left. I wonder what you like to do in Prague.
So I have to answer.
Well, it's more.
Okay.
Think of it as a story. You can make it as fantastic.
Yeah, I was triggered by what you said about wandering, because cycling indeed is something that you do in the Netherlands, but I also like to walk and to enjoy nature and the greens and be aware of what nature has created.
So nature had created some amazing things such as whales and elephants and giraffes, and that takes me to Africa. When I think of Africa, I think of decolonization, and that brings me back to archivists who are superheroes and don't realize they're superheroes because they can fly above the people with their archives and make them see the world from a whole different perspective. But the one thing that they really have to do is,
I think, be confident in their work and work with others, and I think they know the values of their archives, and I think I invite other people into that dialogue as well, which I think is already what they're doing, many of them as well. That's why we're in this room with academics and technical people and archivists as well.
Okay, so you see, try and make it as fantastical it can be, but still like, yeah, right? Yeah, but try and also that you can take it as far. You can see how you start like, oh yeah, I have to be confident. Probably that's something you just want. Well, does it make sense? Does it not make sense to somebody? Anybody? Okay. No, but the thing is that the only thing you must do is not think. That's it. So we just do it, we go around the group twice and we just do it for 15 seconds. We do it in this group of 4 people. So I give you the word and the word, man, what word am I? Okay, so the first person is going to use the word archivists as superheroes because, okay, so your personal reality creates your personality. So I want to kind of look at how you see yourselves. So I'm a storyteller from the future and I wonder how you see yourselves. And not like your title and not like your name, but how do you, if you were to describe one word or a couple of words, when I've done this, like people have said like they're healthy pessimists, people have come up with their own type of titles, but without again thinking, how do you see yourself? Just like one word, like a verb, like how would you see yourself?
Oh, I'm a connector.
A connector. Excellent, excellent. And why are you a connector?
Because I listen and then share, and I think I have this ability to put people together.
Awesome. And how does that impact your role as an archivist?
Oh, brilliant.
Or in terms of what you do, sorry, in terms of what you do.
This is exactly about one of the points you made about collaboration. So bringing different perspectives to the table. That's what I try to do.
Awesome. Connector. And what would you, if you were one?
Also connect.
Ah, why are you a connector?
Because people say I am, but I also.
But would you use different words to what she used?
Yeah, because I think it's important to bring people together for exchange and dialogue, because I feel that from bringing people together, something new, something.
Awesome. So you see there's 2 different connectors, but they have 2 different type of connectors, so that impacts how they connect.
Of course.
So then, that would be, you're a professor, right? So then that would impact how you connect. Do your connecting?
Of course.
Yes.
Of course. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
What word would you use to describe yourself?
Me?
Yes, you. I always pick on the quiet looking ones.
Otherwise, you can't even.
Actually, I'm a filmmaker inside of the archive, so I think it already gives some perspective to, like we're trying to preserve things that we do. So I'm like in the full circle.
You're the full circle, or you're the preserver?
The preserver, but also creator.
Okay, awesome. And yourself, Sam?
I'm not sure when they have too much time to think. Yeah.
And anybody else would like to describe what their word would be or words would be?
I would see myself as a builder. I like to build and use these new technologies to bring old media into a new life and bring it into context also.
And are you doing that at the moment with archiving?
Yeah, we are building tools to bring it to new immersive experiences.
Perfect then. Perfect. So that's kind of like your superpower in a way, like you are the builder. Okay.
Agitator, that was nice.
Agitator.
Give it at the end.
Yeah. So I'm going to do this part is like rapid fire, where I'm going to ask you a question, repeat it. I'm going to ask you 4 questions. I'm going to repeat them. The first one 20 times, the next 2 10 times, and the last one 20 times. And I want you to write down the answer. And the answer will change. And if you haven't got an answer, just leave a gap. Don't worry about it. It's going to be very interesting when you look back and look at the answers. So I'm going to ask this 20 times and you're going to write it down. And as I said, if you haven't got 20 times, if you haven't got an answer, don't worry, just keep going, but it's going to get more and more curious. So what is the role of an archivist? What is the role of an archivist? What is the role of an archivist? I wonder if you know what the role of an archivist is. Do you know what the role of archivist is? What is the role of an archivist? What on earth is the role of an archivist? What is the role of an archivist? What is the role of an archivist? Wonder if anybody in this room knows what the role of an archivist is. What is the role of an archivist? 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 I think this will be the last one, then the people, but what is the role?
Oh, that's a big one.
What is the role of an archivist? I think that's 20, I don't know if anybody had it, but that should be 20. The next one. I'm going to ask this one just 10 times. One word or 2 words or an image, but you're going to see, hopefully you saw how it changed. Why are you compelled to be an archivist? And if you're not an archivist in this room, you can feel free to substitute it for something else. Why are you compelled? Yes. Compelled, like you have no kind of, forced, like you have no control, you have to do it. You're calling, like obsession, like why? Like you can't do anything else. Why? Yeah, why? How long have you been doing this for? How long have you been an archivist for?
How long?
Yeah. 10 years. See, that's a commitment, right? Yeah. Okay. Why are you compelled to be an archivist? Why are you compelled to be an archivist? What is compelling you to be an archivist? Remember, don't overthink this. Why are you compelled to be an archivist? Why are you compelled to be an archivist? Why are you compelled to be an archivist? What is compelling you to be here today and be an archivist? And I think this is number 10. What is compelling you to be an archivist? The next one, again, is another 10 times 1. Can you just move it on? Right, this is just 10 times now. What is the responsibility of an archivist? Remember, don't overthink this. You should know, right? What is the responsibility of an archivist? And there's no wrong or right answer. This is all through your own unique lens. I would be very shocked if most of you had the same exact thing. What is the responsibility of an archivist? What on earth is the responsibility of an archivist? What is the responsibility of an archivist? What is the responsibility of an archivist? What is the responsibility of an archivist? And finally, what is the responsibility of an archivist? Okay, the last one is, and because of time, we'll just do it 10 times. What would you like your legacy to be as an archivist? Let's keep it short, don't think. What would you like your legacy to be as an archivist? What would you like your legacy to be? What on earth would you like your legacy to be as an archivist? What would you like your legacy to be as an archivist? What would you like your legacy to be? And one last time, what would you like your legacy to be? So would anyone like to share their thoughts on their answers? Anything that could have particularly surprised them? Again, I don't expect them to be similar, and that's fine. So did anybody get any answers that surprised them? Yes.
I have one.
Yes.
I was surprised when the first question about what the one compelled. What was the first question? What is the what is the role of an archivist? I wrote a dictator, so So because I think we were discussing the role of selecting information and having power, so I went to the power to this kind of Pinochet style image.
Interesting. Anybody else, anything that surprised them? Okay, your arm moved, so I'm going to give you the mic.
Yes, maybe for the first one also, I was thinking a lot about things around creations, and that's yes, it's a way to collect pieces of the present to create something else and to create something for tomorrow.
Okay, which is very different to the two connectors, because you're looking at creating, we're looking at connecting. Anything, do you have anything that surprised?
I was surprised to write service.
Service.
Yeah.
Service,
Yeah.
which is the opposite of dictator. Depends. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, preserving for reuse, helping people to find what they need, creators, but also journalists, or and I thought service.
Service to whom? To whom?
To anyone.
To anyone, to people.
Yeah.
Community.
Community, yeah, could be.
Helping others. Service and helping others is slightly two different things, because you say it could be journalists, but helping has a different, helping others is very slightly more unique. Helping them how?
What they need.
Okay. Anybody else in this room? They got anything that surprised them?
So I was writing about the infrastructure of knowledge, and I was writing, first I started building infrastructure of knowledge and then fracturing it and then opening it. So immediately, like, there is a process, there are different modes of how we operate through like this infrastructure of knowledge that we partially can own, we can share, we can build them, we can fracture them, we can open them, we can misuse them. You know, so there are different variations of actions or collective actions.
Also, it's like a process that you can follow.
Yeah, definitely.
Like
maybe you have some vision, and then you can actually end up somewhere like taking a different route, even unwanted, because we are also just people. And I think that it also projects like what is happening in our lives to how we create our lives, how we guide them.
And how does that connect with what did you have for identity for the first one?
I'm actually a researcher.
Okay, so fragmenting and makes sense. I mean, what you're talking about is slightly different to what you're all saying is slightly different to what would be the technical definition of an archivist. When you're talking about service and helping people and factoring, they're different to like custodian. So I just got two more quick things is what would you like what type of impact would you like your archive to have, and to whom? Is the last. If you want to think about that, you've spoken about service. So if you can think of this one and write that down. I'm kind of moving through this a bit quick. Let's see. And I'd like you to kind of write down one thing, looking at what you've written down here today. Like if you could write down one thing that could enable you to reach this impact or this objective or this compulsion that you could do today to actually connect with it. So if you feel that I want to be of service to people, what would you need to do today that you're not currently doing to be of service to people? It might require some thought, but it's just to kind of connect the dots up. So what, even this very short, super short amount of time is what I was trying to do, was I was trying to create a unique archivist narrative for you to kind of reaffirm your identity, give you a personal interpretation of your role that would give you kind of an awareness of your potential legacy and an understanding of your impact and the first step in terms of getting there. So that's a lot, but I'm going to ask somebody in the quiet back. Would one of you three like to, what did you have for any of these kind of things in terms of your identity? What was the first thing that you had? Or how you saw yourself? Did you have something? What?
The question is addressed to me.
Oh, any of you, any of the people here at the back, I just like to get people talking who aren't talking. Do any of you want to say anything? You're not sure. Does anybody? Oh, okay. Let me ask you. Okay. Yes.
I suppose I was just thinking, kind of in the impact you would have and stuff like that. I work as a project coordinator, but I come from a post-production or production kind of background. So my interest is mostly in not so much preserving the material, even though obviously that's the important first step, but I'm more interested in kind of showcasing the material and thinking of creative projects and ways that you can get the material out there and show it to people and reach as wide an audience as possible. And I think just kind of going through that today sort of made me realize that that's kind of my, I think I knew that, I suppose, but I never maybe thought about it.
Connecting the dots.
Yeah, as and kind of going through that helped me see that today. So yeah.
So what did you have as your kind of like? How did you? What did you see yourself as, a preserver or showcaser?
What did I suppose I think maybe just because as well as creating like a creator, but then also like a builder or possibly a fixer too, because I'm really not always I might just be across projects kind of helping make sure that they all come together, but then I can also like I'll work on like films we'll do and edit and produce stuff as well, so kind of build from the ground up. So one of those three are kind of a mix of those.
But yeah, that like connector, builder, creator is different to connector or builder. So you have it's a different route, and you've got how you're connecting while you're building, it's like a constant flow.
Yeah.
You connect, you build, you create, you connect, you build, you create. You can't just, they all feed each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what kind of made you aware of what kind of legacy would you like to leave then in that respect? Or what would you like the impact to be?
I think it's just what I was saying about reaching the widest audience possible, and then also just like creating projects that speak to people and have an impact.
And what would be your first step to kind of be more kind of specific in that goal now? What would you do, one thing you would do today?
Yeah, that was the one I probably struggled with the most. I didn't really, I thought about it for a little while and I wasn't really sure. So I just wrote down create more projects.
Because the thing is, if you're already on your exact path, maybe there's nothing specific to think about. Maybe this is just a confirmation that you're on the right path, which is very reassuring in terms of you doing exactly the right thing.
Yeah.
I think I have totally blown and ran out of time completely, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm really sorry that it kind of went over, it kind of got, but thank you all very much, and I hope you got something out of that. And yes, as a storyteller for the future, I'm just reiterating that everybody in this room is actually the future of archiving, and I really look forward to the future, because the future is not something that happens to us, it's something which we build together, and I look forward to see what you're building. Thank you.
I would like to invite you now to a short break, 10-minute break. We're gonna catch up on the program, so we have planned for that, so no worries there. And I think we can still use a moment to chat with Karen and ask questions and ask her what kind of identity or kind of person you are. How do you see yourself? No, maybe you. No, I want to put you now in the spotlight. Who are you?
The storyteller from the future.
Yeah, this we know, but like, following the list, would you?
Okay, the pressure.
Yes.
Pressure. Okay. You have time with me, but not with everybody else.
No. Just tell the one word, or is it
I'm
the
identity. I'm the storyteller from the future, and I'm here to enable people to survive what is to come through the power of storytelling.
Okay, to be continued during the coffee break. In the meantime, exactly with the public leaving, this is how Magda, our illustrator, saw her talk, and I think it's really amazing. And the focal points that she listed here, I think I will leave it with you today, but I think the notion of giving voice and having courage, and I think what's something that struck me was the awareness that we as the sector are not the only one going through the changes, that this is simply the time of change and the transition not only from analog to digital, but also how we perceive things, etc. And so, okay, I think we're gonna pause here, and I'm gonna give the floor to Marco, who's gonna moderate the next panel, and I'm gonna turn hats, and I'm gonna sit as a panelist. So.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you very much, Maya. So I'm Marco Rendina. I'm an international project coordinator at Cinecittà, which is the oldest and largest cinema-related audiovisual institution in Italy. The title of the panel, I think, says a lot of already about the topic of this panel: subtitling the archives, accessibility, educational use, and community engagement. And I think here we are presenting all the ingredients that we would like to explore today. Basically, the objective of the panel is really to see how engaging audiovisual archives and communities, especially education, higher and secondary education, could generate a win-win situation in which audiovisual archive becomes more accessible through subtitling and are able to engage younger audience, and at the same time the educational community can have a playground for improving translation skills, for example, simply reuse a heritage for example, studying history. We have a series of speakers that will tell stories, use cases in this context. Different ones, but with a common fil rouge, which is the subtitling of the audiovisual archival audiovisual content. And I will briefly introduce now. In the program you have the full bio of everyone. I will simply now introduce in the order of appearance the speaker. We will have first Isabel Crespo, which is an education specialist at the Europeana Foundation. She will tell us about what they are doing at Europeana. and she will tell us also what Europeana actually is for the one that doesn't know it. Then we have Maja Drabzik, which is head of policy and advocacy at the Centrum Simfroe. She will tell us about a recent experience we had in European XX project about the subtitleathon. Teresita Gravina, which is Europeana and Scientix ambassador for Italy, and she teaches natural science in an upper secondary school in Italy. We will have Margherita Dore, which is associate professor in English language and translation at the Sapienza University of Rome, should be also online. And we have Bartolomeo Melletti, which is here, which is the education and research executive at Learning on Screen in the UK, and also works as creative director for Create, which is the UK Copyright and Creative Economy Centre at the University of Glasgow. I kept Bart as last speaker because usually in this context, when we talk about copyright, it's like the party killer, you know. you stop having fun and you get with your head down. But in this case, I hope Bart will tell us some best practices on how you can use or avoid the copyright ruin the party, let's say. So without further ado, I would give the floor to Isabel. Isabel, are you? Yeah, you are with us. Fantastic. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Marco, and thank you very much for inviting me to talk and share all these ideas with dear colleagues that I have the privilege to work with. Next one, please. So, as you already see and know, my name is Isabel Crespo. I'm the responsible of the educational area and activities in Europeana. And Europeana, for those who are still not familiar with, it's a European initiative funded and politically supported by the European Commission that started in 2008. And very simplified, in a nutshell, what we do is to facilitate the access and reuse to digital cultural heritage for different purposes. It can be for education, creative industries, research, or just for having fun. Next one, please. Since 2017, we've been intensifying our activities in education. Again, what we try to do in few words is to in education is to mainstream the use of digital cultural heritage in educational settings, formal, non-formal, any age level, from primary to post-secondary, but also regardless the subject that you teach. What we do is pretty much align and embedded in a European policy, and particularly in the Digital Education Action Plan that has a framework from 21-27. And what we try to do is to provide high quality content, trusted sources coming from institutions and archives like you, to design user-friendly tools with experts partners, and also implement on these tools and services innovative pedagogies, learner-centered approaches. I skipped one thing from the slide before. Sorry for that. I want to go so quick, but I guess, thank you, Marco. Thank you very much. I guess that you know that here you can find millions of items coming from the GLAM sector, from galleries, libraries, archives, and museums in different formats. Of course, audiovisual, we have millions of materials that we try to bring in open licenses, public domain and Creative Commons. Next one. Thank you very much. And next one. So this is a lot of content resources that we believe need to be close and need to be accessible for the students, schools, educators all over Europe. And that's a pretty complicated task already, as you can imagine. So that's why we work with different types of partners, with institutional, with ministries of education, with pan-European organizations, non-profits that are specialized in open culture and open education, and also with software developers and entrepreneurs that use our content to create new services and products. Next one, please. We try to base all our resources and services in research, on research. We do research internally, but sometimes we are invited to contribute to others' research, and this was the case of this great work of led by Centro Cifroware that was done during the first half of the year, trying to understand how educators they were using content from GLAM in education for educational purposes. We got many interesting results, but one of the interesting ones for this for today is to observe the increased use and need and demand of audiovisual content. Next one, thank you very much. This is something that confirms things that we were already seeing and observing in Europeana internally, and also talking with partners like EUscreen. That's why at the beginning of 2021, in the framework of a generic service project, EUscreen, with a team of ENA members of the Association of Europeana, this is another entity of the Europeana ecosystem. They decided to create a task force to understand the pros and the cons and those opportunities when trying to either from educators but also content holders to place these materials in educational settings. So the group came about a series of recommendations, all of them related with these great topics or key topics that you can see here. The need for co-creation and dialogue, and this is something that Karen brought brilliantly during the presentation. We need to design with educators and curators need to be much more in contact to bring good products and services for education. Multilingual access, nothing that I'm gonna discover here. That's why we are talking today about this. Also, the importance of creating products and services that facilitate a critical interaction with the material, especially for the students. We don't want to be just passive consumers of content. We want them to have this approach, tactile approach, tangible approach with the content. Copyright, again, that's to make possible this reuse, and in this interactive way, we need more support and think about other kind of licenses. And Barb will tell us a little bit more about this. And of course, media literacy. Here we see a great opportunity. This kind of materials can work very well to promote media literacy among students. And I think this is something that you will touch later on today. Next one, please. When we started this collaboration, there were some other deliverables, things that we produced, and one of them here, I think we have the artist today again. We produced a video with EUscreen where we wanted to show how to find content either in the EUscreen platform and Europeana platform, but also the resources and services we are offering, we are producing and offering to educators. Next one. I'm not going to play it because it's just a couple of minutes, but you can access this video in the EUscreen blog. Next one, please. In this video, we showcase subtitleton.eu. This is a platform that was, as mentioned before, during the generic European funded project, generic service Europeana XX or Europeana 20th Century. And we wanted to explore the use of this platform in secondary education, and particularly in Italy, because we know that CLIL practices are pretty much implemented and extended, and it's actually compulsory in secondary education. So we found the collaboration of Teresita, a practitioner and an expert, that will tell us also a little bit more about this later. Next one. And very recently, we've, in another genetic service project, European funded project, Europeana subtitle, with partners, the EUscreen partners have also worked in the design of a new crowdsourcing tool, Sobit.eu. I didn't mention, but the first platform invites students or other public, but in that case, we wanted to implement it with educational settings. So we invited the students to subtitle data sets coming from cultural institutions that have content EUscreen or Europeana. In Soviet.eu, the thing is a bit different. It's more, it's targeting more higher education students in translation and media. And we invite them to correct the subtitles generated, produced by machine learning, artificial intelligence. This is something that has been piloted very recently. We started in September, and now is closing very soon the project. But we would like to use it more and more. Next one, please. With another partner, Euroclio. This is the European Association of History Educators. It's long ago that we are working and contributing to the development of Historiana.eu. This is an open source platform where for history and citizenship education, where we provide historical content using materials, again, primary sources, trustworthy content coming from institutions from all over Europe. Next one. But as we know that covering all the curricular topics, all the age levels in Europe is actually impossible, we decided since the early beginning to also offer the possibility to educators to create their own materials. So with a series of building blocks, they can create their own e-learning activities and in their own language. Next one, please. All these tools are again based on research. Exactly. I think you have to do two more to show the different tools. All of them, they are meant for with this historical thinking and this idea of multi-perspectivity that Karen also brought this morning. So we have this tool that facilitates cause and effect with my mouse, but also comparison. We have different tools to compare text and images from different sources, from different institutions that contrast and provide different stories, different ways of looking at maybe at the same topic. Next one. So, and I think now we have to click, I mean, while I talk, you can click to the play. I think we have to go back. I don't know if you can, but well, that doesn't really matter. This is a tool that we launched in summer with Euroclio, and finally, because this was like a old, it was in our wish list for years, and now it's possible to upload and include audiovisual content in a sorting tool that allows to create these learning activities, and again. It will facilitate that students can have this tangible interaction with audiovisual content. Next one. As we know all the challenges that educators face when they have to place audiovisual content in education into the classroom. In the context of every year we have a massive open online course. This is a MOOC that we organize annually with European SchoolNet, and the idea is again to help teachers to integrate digital culture, but also using digital means and innovative pedagogies. And last year we invited Bart and other experts, because we had it in different language versions, the MOOC, to tell us how lawfully use the audiovisual material. But Bart, we have the privilege to have him here today, so will tell us more. Next one. And now I'm inviting you, those who are interested in education, to have a look to this MOOC that will be launched 27 February. This MOOC is addressing formal and informal educators from different age levels. And good news are that we have integrated all these tools produced with partners in several generic services into the MOOC this year. So we will tell how to use the subtitleton and how to use Soviet in educational settings. Next one, please. And what's next? This just has started, we could say. We are now in a new project that is an Erasmus Plus that will have the life of the project is 3 years. We started early or in May, I think so, March, April, in April. We will work with all these partners and familiar colleagues that you can see here. I heard Montse before there in the public when you were doing the workshop with Karen. But in this project, in a nutshell, what we want to do is to equip educators with the necessary tools to use audiovisual content to foster and promote media literacy. But I think that the next one, and I'm gonna finish. Here you can see very quickly the things we want to do and why we want to do them. But I think it's worth to mention here that in this project, thanks to Centrum Cifrowe and their team, we've implemented impact methodologies since the early beginning. Even when we were writing the proposal, all these questions that Karen also mentioned, why we are doing this, were on the table. And from this, elaborating on those questions is when we decided all the different tasks that you can see here. So this is all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isabel. Thank you very much.
Can I go there? Or
No, I think you can stay here.
Yeah?
Yeah. So, Maya, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thanks, Isabel, for this excellent overview. And I'm very proud to say that we're involved in many of these initiatives, and it's a pleasure. But now I wanted to focus on a specific initiative, a specific part of a project that we ran, that I started working on still when working at the National Film Archive Audiovisual Institute in Warsaw, and then finished at Centrum Cifrowe. And Isabel mentioned it already, so I think that 3 or even 4 dots at the end of the title of my presentation. So from community engagement to, so the answer is going to, of course, be the educational angle, but I want to tell you more about subtitletons. Subtitletons were part of a bigger project, Europeana XX, Century of Change. This is a project we did under the, let's say, European umbrella, where we gathered an amazing group of partners representing big aggregators. And for those of you who don't know, aggregators are these, let's say, powerful partners gathering content from other partners and then making it somehow magically presented on Europeana. And we got lucky to have 5 of those big players, with us, EUscreen being one of them. We also had, of course, tech partners, knowledge institutions helping us then present the content. And of course, it goes without saying, coming from the 20th century. So with a specific focus on audiovisual collections, that was something that was super relevant for us at EUscreen. We wanted to showcase more the potential, the kind of simply the audiovisual collections that are already there on Europeana, also based on all the research that Isabel talked about. So the potential of reuse, the potential of various engagements that people would like to have with these collections, but they needed a bit of care. And we used this project to create care, to give them some care, both on the tech side, and I'm going to skip this part, but also on the user engagement. And what we did, we created a number of really editorial activities on the Europeana platform, but we also decided, and that when we wrote the project, as it was 2008, 2007, before the pandemic, this is what I want to say. We decided, yes, let's also go with the lovely collections that we have on Europeana, or we were ingesting to Europeana. Let's go with them on the streets and to public spaces. And that was made possible through collaborations with our tech partners, Northric playing a leading role in this specific task. And one of the ideas we had was, okay, so multilinguality is an issue. We want to address that. We want to make sure that the lovely collections that we have coming from all the partners then can be understood, so that we also add the textual layer to the still very powerful visual layer. And we thought, okay, let's have 4 events. Let's organize 4 events in 4 different locations in Europe. We came up with a fancy name, Subtitleathon, and that was the plan. And then the pandemic came, and instead of having 4 events that for sure would have been lovely, we needed to create a whole environment, and this is a decision we took. Rutger, thanks again for that. And we decided, okay, let's try to be smart about it. So we also invited to the collaboration students from Leuven University in Belgium, and we said that we want to create something that is really that relies on needs, is based on needs, and we also use the amazing potential of the students that we managed to incorporate in the co-creation process. So we created the whole environment, all the procedures, etc. We persuaded partners, because of course we needed permission to be able to use the works, copyright again, and this is also, I think, one of the incentives to again rethink our strategies when it comes to different licenses and what can we do if we have the power of changing things within our archive and the copyright situation. So the infrastructure, the online environment, but we also worked a lot on the media player that we're using on the EUscreen platform. And one of the features that has been already under development, and that was the subtitling editor. So a lot of work and a lot of unplanned effort was put into this, but that was the final outcome within the duration of the project. So we still kept the names because for the sake of memory. So we still had events in Warsaw, Frankfurt, Rome, and Amsterdam, but all of them were online. We just focused on specific user groups and languages that we tackled based on the partners that we had in these locations, and based on the partners that we invited to collaborate with us on this adventure. And this is relevant because I think the partners that we asked to work with us, they also shaped kind of the exploitation of the whole project, because we invited Unique. It's a network of cultural institutes and embassies and the European Union that deal with culture and education. And obviously multilinguality is a super relevant theme for them, and they work a lot with educators. Very often, like the British Council, they run their own language courses. That they also work with academia, so with different language departments, etc. So we thought that would be a good fit for us, and it really played out very well. They helped us gather the right participants for the tasks, and I think because Marco was also, you see Rome on the screen, so that was the activity led by Marco. So we really managed to create a solid collaboration there, and had a number of organizations, language departments involved. And also next to Unique, in the context of Netherlands, we work with the Leiden University. So that was also something super interesting for us to explore. In the end, just a short overview. We worked in total with 13 languages, and we were able to provide content in these languages, and we were able to have our EUscreen partners saying, yes, you may use it. But of course, we created procedures and workflows that would kind of ensure the safety of the content, but also the quality of the subtitling. So we had a whole system of verification. This is also where the language experts came in from Unique and from Leiden University, when they came in to help us make sure that the quality of the subtitling was good enough to make it online. So in the end, in a nutshell, what we did, instead of having 4 events, still using the media player, we went fully online, and we created the whole online experience. We worked on the existing media player, but we really improved, thanks to Notrik's work, the subtitle editor. And yeah, we created the whole experience and we tried to align it also. We were learning, like, after each of the, we call them challenges, we were improving the experience. And I think thanks to those iterations, we were able to come up with a kind of scenario, how to run these, how to make sure that the quality is there, how to pre-select the right content, how to address the right participants, how to build partnerships to make the most of the work. And last but not least, of course, we want to make use of the work that has been done, the crowdsourced subtitles. And once they are approved by the collection holders, so and of course, this is one of the steps that we need to respect. Then they are in the process of being added to the European platform. So I think this is it in a nutshell. And once we said, okay, so we have those scenarios, we have platform, and this is a slide that more or less Isabel shared, and Teresita, who's coming next, gonna open up with the same kind of workflow, again, created by the amazing Magda, who's with us today. But this is a way of setting up your own subtitles. And based on the experience that, all the experiences that we had, the four iterations of the program, the initiative, we said, okay, it could really work well for education. And this is where I stop, and Teresita takes over.
Thank you very much, Maya. Yeah, indeed. Now I will give the floor to Teresita, which will illustrate to us a real use case, because she will tell about her experience in the school where she teaches. And I would like to ask to the audience, keep your question, of course, fresh in your mind, because at the end of the last panelist, we will have a Q&A session also. So you can pose your question to our speakers. Teresita, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Marco. I hope you can hear me quite well, because unfortunately I am a very noisy place right now, but I try to do my best to share with you my experience. Next, please. And I am Teresita Gavina. I am the European ambassador for Italy. So I have been collaborating with Europeana for some years ago. And during the last meeting we have at the beginning of the previous school year, Isabel was talking to us about this new activity called Subtitleathon. And I remember me sending a message to my English colleagues saying, they are talking us about a very nice experience, maybe we can do at school. And everything starts from here. I say to Isabel that we will be very interested in carry on this activity, because as you can see in the next slide, in my school, we have a special curricula. Maybe there is an animation, so you have to click once. We have a special curricula called Linguistic Upper Secondary School. That means that students are really focusing on languages, because they study, of course, Italian as mother tongue, but also other 3 languages. That could be English, French, Spanish, and also German. So I think this will be a very great experience to help students to use their linguistic skill. So I talked with my colleague, with my headmaster, and we decided, why not? Let's have a subtitle in our school. And next, please, a slide. Okay, and this is how this starts. We discussed a lot about how to organize this subtitleathon, because this was the first activity for high school school. So it could be quite different from the one that already carried out for people interested in translation or university students. We really would love to have an on-site activity, but the problem was during last year we were still in the COVID emergency, so we decided to have an online presentation, and all the activity were carried out asynchronous. So we decided 1 month, that was March, because in school it's a quite quiet period of time with no evaluation, not so much. So the student can focusing on the subtitle. So we organize an online presentation. We keep 2 weeks for the students to sign in into the competition, and then the competition start and lasted one week. When I had a look in the Europeana searching for audiovisual material, as I am a geologist and a science teacher, I found a very interesting topic for me, that was natural disaster, because unfortunately in Italy we had a lot. But as we were in a very strange period of time, every day talking about emergency, we decided to keep it easy, and we chose another topic that was music. Also because March in Italy is a month where we have the Sanremo Festival, so we decided to have a nicer topic for the students. And so we chose all the material we have in Europeana about Sanremo and other music festival. The next, please. And we start with this online meeting. Most of the people that are here today was also in that meeting, where we present the activity to the students and the teacher, because the online meeting was also streamed on Facebook, so the students can follow it from their own classes. And we also explain to that how does the subtitles platform works. And we also recorded the meeting. So if they have some problems, they will come back to the video and remember how does it works. Next, please. And we tried also to spread the voice in our city. And so we talk about our experience and what is going to be in our school, in some online journal we have, but also in a national one from Repubblica, where the school can have their own space describing what is happening in their school. Next, please. And after this period of time, we have also a radio interview for Marco and Isabel, because in my school we have a web radio. And the student can interview Marco and Isabel, asking for information about the subtitle. And this was very useful to help the students to keep into the subtitle, because everything happening online. So we need to have some activity to help the student to continue thinking about they are going to be participating in the subtitle. Next, please. And finally, the competition. Here we have in this short video how the web page where the students can find all the material they can subtitle work. But it's okay also not to share the video, because it's just the home page with the translation in Italian and in English, because I have to say that it was not too easy to have this type of asynchronous competition. But remember, the day we had the presentation, I was in the office having the presentation, wondering how this will be work in the classes. When I get off the office, I found one student, then look at me and say, "Oh, you are the teacher that you have been in Facebook presenting subtitles. Or may I ask you something?" Say, "Okay, maybe it was quite good." And next, please. So during this week, where the students were working on subtitles, I involve all the students in Google Classroom, which is the tool we use at school. So if they have some problem or questions, they can ask directly to me. Next slide, please. But also, as in the subtitle platform, you have during the subtitleathon a leaderboard. Every day, I use social media to publish the leaderboard. And as you can see along the week, the students were more and more involved. So the number of video translated and the word translated increased and increased, in particular between the first 3 students. It was so fun that it was a really competition, because every day I can see the people in the first, second, and third position changing. So it was quite fun, because they don't know each other, and they asked me, teacher, do you know the students that are in the first place? I'm sorry, I don't know, but it was fun for them. Next slide, please. And this was the Google Classroom, where all the students can ask for support. Next, please. And we have also another classroom for the teacher that work as jury, because you know that in the subtitleton, you have to count the word translated, but also the quality of the translation. And after 2 weeks where the jury works, we have a final hour ceremony that was carried out in our school, but we also participate, I think, in a meeting of EUscreen. Maybe Marco, we can explain better. So we have also a feedback session, next please, with the students. And it seems that it works quite well. Sometimes he had some problems with the platform, because it was the first time they work on this problem, but not so much, not really affecting the subtitleton. And I think they were quite involved and enjoying the competition, as you can see. And they really like it. I think they really like it, as you can see in this graph. Next, please. And what about my colleagues? Because also them have been involved in this subtitleton. And at the end of the subtitleton, I had colleagues that asked me, okay, so next year, what do you think to carry out this activity in this week, then this one? So this means that also them enjoy it, this type of competition, and would love to have once again in our school. Next, please. And we put all these activity we carried into a learning scenario, which is, we can say, an activity plan that could be used to present subtitleton. And this activity is published on Teaching with Europeana blog, where you can find a lot of learning scenario created using Europeana material and also audiovisual content. And this activity could be used to introduce the subtitle to the students. And along this activity, the students can learn how to use the subtitleton platform, but also about copyright, and in particular, why it's so important to translate this video from the past, because translating this, you will help other people from other countries with other languages to understand better our culture. And it's also nice that in this blog, there is a little bit of interconnection between teacher. So if you open this link, you will find all the comments from other teacher that saw this learning scenario and commented it. There one my colleague, I think she's Romanian, and she made me some suggestion about how to let it work maybe in a Romanian school. So it is also this fun that more underlying the relevance, the importance of subtitling to help other teacher and other people to understand your culture. And I think this is the last slide, and this is something I can share with you about my experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Federica. Thank you. Just for if you are getting curious about these subtitleton.eu, the platform is of course available. There are no actual subtitleton running, so you can really try. But if you want to try the editor, you can go on the EUscreen website. And there, if you get content from Luce Cinecittà or from ERT, which is a Greek broadcaster from RTV Slovenia, which agreed in allowing this, you can go in the clip and edit subtitles. And so you can have your subtitles, so you can subtitle actually the clip and then share it with your friends or with your classroom or with your colleagues and so on. So this is a way to actually see what we were talking about. So now we have seen some use cases with subtitle platform. Now I'm giving the floor to Margherita Dore, which will talk about one of her new projects, but also about her experience with another platform we have seen in the beginning of the session, the Submit platform, which is the one that is used to correct automatically generated subtitles. At this point, I will leave the floor to you, Margherita.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you, everyone, for inviting me to this meeting today. I'm sorry I couldn't make it to be there in Prague, but maybe next time I'll have the chance to meet you in person. In the meantime, I'd like to introduce briefly who I am and why I'm working on this kind of environment. I have always been interested in audiovisual translation, and particularly in the audiovisual translation of humor. But on top of that, I also work as I have a course here at Sapienza University on second language acquisition, and I try to combine both the use of audiovisual translation in second language acquisition, and I'll tell you about this in a minute. But you know, I like, first of all, to talk from a theoretical and point of view regarding media accessibility and what it means to make audiovisual content accessible to people. Accessibility started making its way into the scholarly environment and AVT between the late 1990s and early 21st century, thanks to the work of researchers who had been, considering the importance of accessibility for audiovisual translation. And over time, scholars adopted different accounts about accessibility, which is basically classified into two main schools of thought, if we want to call it this way. People who have always seen media accessibility as an audiovisual translation practice that caters to the needs of special groups, often persons with disability, for example, the deaf, hard of hearing, or the blind or visually impaired people. But the perspective, the change in perspective that I'd like to stress here today, which is also consistent with everything that you have been doing as in the project that you described, is that accessibility is an instrument for all human rights, for the human rights of all people, because whether the hurdle is a language or a sensorial barrier, the aim of the translation process is always the same. It means to facilitate the access to an otherwise hermetic source of information and entertainment. In other words, translation is what makes every content accessible in a very broader sense, but this is like what puts together media accessibility and audiovisual translation in general. So next slide, please. Okay, so here today I'm going to describe briefly a project that I have presented at my institution, and I'm really hoping to get funds from. And the presentation that you're gonna see here is basically what I developed and into a proposal that is being currently evaluated. So fingers crossed. We will carry out the project next year, and probably maybe during your next meeting I'll be able to tell you more if everything goes to plan. Anyway, this project is called SLAVT, and the idea is that we want to develop an ad hoc and user-friendly platform for students and teachers to foster second language acquisition and competencies in audiovisual translation. Now, why I underline the next sentence is the platform will use the existing technological infrastructure at Sapienza, because previous projects that try to combine second language acquisition and audiovisual translation, they were funded and financially supported and politically supported by the European Union, such as Clipflare or Levi's, that have demonstrated the enormous potential of audiovisual translation as a pedagogical tool in language learning. Unfortunately, often have the problem that once the European funds are over, you know, the platform or the tools developed run the risk not to be updated, or you know, the whole infrastructure is not updated and becomes unusable. So we're trying to make sure that instead the infrastructure Sapienza will guarantee a consistent usage over time. And what we want to do is to follow a task-based approach in which instructors and students will be able to use the software tools that enhance teaching, encourage scaffolding and collaborative learning, and also self-assessment that students will be able to carry out. The technological component of these projects will allow students to become active contributors to their own learning process. And also they are going to develop, what we want to develop is their metacognitive awareness about audiovisual translation and also their own language learning. Next slide, please. What are the aims of SLAVT? Students who can choose the level and type of involvement they want to carry to be in. It will enhance their communicative and relation skills. It will possibly improve memorability and pronunciation, because what I forgot to emphasize is that when we're talking about audiovisual translation, we're going to be talking about not only subtitling, but we're going to be talking about dubbing. We're going to be talking about the audio description as well. And so we're going to allow students to practice their oral and oral skills and the reading and writing, and learning about translation, revoicing and captioning, and most importantly, providing students with an immediate feedback on their work and rewards, because the tools that we're going to create, that we're going to implement, are based on on a software that will be able to match the tracks, for example, that the students will be creating directly into the audiovisual material. So they will be able to see what they did almost right away on the spot, let's say. Next slide, please. Now, this is an issue that we all have been debating this morning, the copyright issue. And the thing is, I think that if you can go back, I have one important point. Maybe we skipped one slide about the participants. Can you go back one more slide? Oh, yes. This is the one this is an important slide, because it reports the participants and partners to this project. There is obviously Sapienza University of Rome, the UCL in London, the Hellenic Open University in Greece, the Ionian University in Krakow, and our most important partner in this case is the EUscreen Foundation. Because if we go back to the copyright slide, please. Yes, obviously retrieving material, audiovisual content that can be used and for the purpose of our project could be very difficult, and it might require, asking for or to be granted copyright or the accessibility. Whereas with the EUscreen Foundation, I think that this aspect might be somehow bypassed, or you will be our important and valuable partner, because we can access an enormous amount of audiovisual clips from more than 35 archives based in 28 European countries. The only language that in our partnership might be missing from the EUscreen Foundation is Korean, because we have one of our colleagues who teaches Korean, but we'll find our way around, maybe with other partners, overseas partners. Please, can you go to this last slide? That is basically, oh, right, this one. Okay, about the mutual benefits that this project wants to bring about, or hopefully generate in future, is that the collaboration between EUscreen Foundation and Sapienza and the other partners, in order to encourage audiovisual translation in the language learning academic context, because in this case, unlike Teresina, most of our students will be, the project will develop within the higher education context, mostly among language learning or, students in the humanities. And what is this lab is trying to do is raise also awareness about the very existence of archives such as Cinecittà or other archives across Europe among young generations, to also raise awareness about the importance of our, cultural heritage, of our tradition, and also stimulating more awareness about what it means to have these archives and their value. And last but not least, we want to raise awareness. Can you go back? Raise awareness regarding disability and how accessibility can help to break linguistic and sensory barriers in the broadest sense. And I think this is it from me for today. And the last slide is just about the references I've mentioned earlier on. And thank you very much for listening. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer after the last speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margherita. It's very interesting. I like it very much, the win-win in your last slide. I think this is a concept I tried to stress also in the very beginning of the panel. I think that really there is a mutual benefit in this sort of collaborations. And
yeah, I forgot to mention, Marco, you're right. I forgot to mention the fact that some of our students here in Rome have already tested the Sabit platform and the project that we had one of the events that took place here in Rome, and Marco and I and our students already had the feeling and the taste of what it means to archive some audiovisual content, some archive content. And from what Marco told me, well, the experience was again win-win, right? Because you had a good response.
Yeah. I think so. Yeah, indeed. But maybe we can also check with the archive. I mean, we are hearing from you, which are on the educational side, that this could be a win-win. Maybe we can check with the audience that are on the archival side if this is if they see a win-win also here. I would say so, coming from the archival side in a way, but this is something that maybe we can check also with the audience later. So thank you again, Margherita. Now we go towards our last speaker, which supposedly should be the one that is ruining the party. But I hope not. At the end, probably you will surprise us. So, Barb, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks very much. Let's check this works. Yeah. So yeah, hi everyone. I'll do my best not to be the party killer, but I mean, actually, most of my work does try to prevent copyright from being the party killer. So hopefully I managed to do that. At least I, tend to focus on positive messaging and on, what copyright actually enables you to do rather than what it, prevents or prohibits you from doing. So, I mean, yesterday, most of you already, listened to a similar talk. So today I'll try to focus maybe on some other aspects, and also given the topic of the panel, I'll focus on subtitling in particular. So at Learning on Screen, we are very much interested in subtitling. As some of you may know, we run a service called Bob, which is a streaming service that gives access to more than 3 million broadcasts to our member institutions, and operates under a license called the Educational Recording Agency license. And of those over 3 million broadcasts, around 900,000 comes with subtitles. And but for subtitles, we currently rely entirely on the broadcasters. So if the subtitles are included in the transport stream, then we add them to Bob. Otherwise, we don't. And so I mean, I think we are very interested in subtitles from two main points of view. One is how to fill the gaps. So given that more than 2/3 of our archive doesn't have subtitles, and so we're very much interested in automated generation of subtitles, because manually creating subtitles for millions of broadcasts is not really feasible. But also something we are currently exploring is how then we can make subtitles available, or better said, transcripts available for research purposes. And that's something we're currently exploring with the University of Nottingham, with two researchers who work in the area of psycholinguistics. And so we hope to sort of kick off that initiative with that specific project. But the vision is to then create a research tool that would allow anyone to text mine our archive and analyze the language of TV and radio in the UK. So for this little talk, I thought I'm supposed to be talking about copyright, so I thought maybe I would talk a bit about copyright in subtitles, which is a quite specific and niche topic, but hopefully will help you also understand how one should think about copyright issues more generally. So when talking about copyright and subtitles, I guess there are two main questions, or two potential sort of protected materials in place. One is the work that is being subtitled, and then the other one is the subtitles themselves. So the work of being subtitled is, audiovisual works, which one can assume, the vast majority is protected by copyright. I mean, unless, the audiovisual works are so old that copyright protection has expired, the vast majority of audiovisual work will be protected. And so the next question is, so does creating subtitles require permission or not? And I think there the main distinction is whether the subtitles are in the same language as the original work being subtitled, or whether you are translating. Because if you are translating, then yes, you do need permission, because that's a typical example of, a use is either a reproduction at the very least, or even an adaptation, and that requires permission. If you are creating captions or subtitles in the same language, I would argue you don't really need permission, because you can have the accessibility argument. Basically, you're making the work accessible, also to people maybe with some impairments, and so for that you don't need permission. And then the second question is about the subtitles themselves. So once you created these subtitles, does that constitute a copyright work or not? And again, the distinction between translations and captions is important. Translations will be protected by copyright as a new original work. Subtitles in the same language, I think that's an interesting question, so at least for copyright nerds, because the whole point is whether you can consider the subtitle original, and under EU law, a work is original if it can be considered the author's own intellectual creation. So the question is whether creating the subtitles involves creative choices or not. So I guess if the subtitles requires truncating because the word don't fit on screen, and that requires some creative judgment, or describing noises and sounds that are not dialogue, one can potentially argue that the subtitles themselves are also protected by copyright. So assuming that, both the work being subtitles and at least the translated subtitles are protected by copyright, then the next question is, how can you lawfully use, these materials? And we briefly discussed yesterday this. And again, just to reiterate, under copyright law, there are basically two main ways in which you can lawfully use protected materials. You can use them either with permission from the copyright owner or without permission from the copyright owner. And that's a very important point. It may sound obvious, but, I think most people tend to think about copyright and reuse as something that always requires permission, and and uses without permission as something dodgy and dangerous. But actually, uses without permission are prescribed by law. The law gives you a lot of opportunities in certain cases to reuse protected materials, also without permission. And so yesterday focused mostly on licensing schemes, basically you can use works with permission through licensing schemes or with rights clearance, which is the approach we've been hearing about. So going to the copyright owners and get their permission, in this case, to enable students, for example, or anyone, to create subtitles. And then there are open licenses, which is like Creative Commons, which is the approach that Europeana takes, as Isabel explained to us earlier. With right clearance, I think also, like a note here is that EUscreen, I think the EUscreen portal is quite innovative in this respect, not just about subtitles, but more generally, the functionality, you have the content provider function, which is, quite unique. I mean, in my experience, I don't see that in a lot of similar platforms. So that's something to praise, I think. And yeah, the licensing schemes I mentioned yesterday, just to, mention them again, one is the Educational Recording Agency license, which is how we operate our streaming service, Bob. And I mean, what I think may be interesting in this context is that I think that's a peculiarity of the UK system. So the Educational Recording Agency is basically an educational collecting society. Like, in Italy, we have the CI, for example, in Spain, you have SGAE. In the UK, we also have music collecting societies like PRS for Music and PPL. But then on top of that, there is a sort of an umbrella collecting society called the Educational Recording Agency that represents all the British broadcasters and also the music collecting societies like PRS and PPL. And they allow a certain certain types of uses. In this case, they're quite limited, but yeah, they do allow educational institutions to record and screen anything that is broadcast on British TV and radio. And I think that, it's a potentially interesting model also for the EUscreen network to explore. A quite ambitious one, but potentially, broadcasters that are part of the EUscreen network could come together as they did in the UK with the Educational Recording Agency and sort of create, their own little collecting society. So that is something that could be potentially explored in the longer term, although that's quite ambitious, especially from a political point of view. And the other one I mentioned yesterday, as Archives for Education, which I think may be a more suitable one in the short term, which is especially for the materials that you own, that your broadcasters own, which basically allows subscribed institution to reuse clips from the materials covered by that license, also in the creation of new work like video essays and so on. And then, also as we mentioned yesterday, for all the type of works and the types of uses that are not covered by licenses, the law, assists us and provides us with opportunities, to lawfully reuse existing materials. And in particular, one of the most enabling opportunity are copyright exceptions. So copyright exceptions are cases where you can reuse, substantial parts, or in some cases even entire protected materials for certain specific purposes. And they are, designed to basically enable uses that are culturally, politically, socially, or economically beneficial. Education is, of course, one of them. Research is another one, the preservation of our cultural heritage. But also, creative uses like, parody, pastiche, and so on. So exceptions, I think, is a very important area of copyright law that is important to be aware of. But as we discussed yesterday, the issue with exceptions that they're quite ambiguous. And so the project I briefly presented yesterday that I'm very happy to discuss in a bit more detail today, if we have time, is the Code of Fair Practice in Film Education. So I've been working on, this project for Learning on Screen and on a very similar project as part of the Recreating Europe Consortium for Create in Glasgow. But in a nutshell, what these projects try to do is to give a sector-specific meaning or community-specific meaning to the ambiguous notions embedded in copyright law. So like educational use, for example. So what does educational use mean for a film educator specifically? And so starting from an analysis of the obstacles and the issues that film educators face, then we came up with this code of fair practice that aims to, help understand and encourage the use of exceptions by certain communities, in this case, film educators. And I think, these projects can be very powerful. So there are also, doctrinal debates about them. So there are basically three main functions that these projects can have. Like the most ambitious one, it could be from a legal point of view to help courts interpret these ambiguous concepts from a sector-specific point of view. So say, something ends up in court, a judge has to decide, was this, covered by this exception or not. They could potentially look at these codes to have a sector-specific perspective on that. That's very ambitious. The slightly less ambitious, although still quite ambitious, is that to sort of help legislators draft, copyright law and, legal instrument in a way that reflects current practices and perceptions of fairness, which is also quite ambitious. And then the less ambitious is also very powerful. And I think that's where the real value of these projects lies, is to encourage change in behavior. Because a problem that is present in a lot of sectors, including, I think, the archive sector, but also the education sector, is that there is quite a lot of risk aversion. We are all sort of scared by copyright. We see copyright, this, complex set of rules that prevents us from doing, all the things that we would like to do. But actually, if one looks at the law in detail, it's not really, doesn't really work like that. It is true that, in many cases you do need permission, but there are also many opportunities to reuse lawfully and respectfully existing works without permission. And I think that these codes themselves, but even more than that, the process of developing these codes in collaboration with different communities has that powerful effect. It has a positive impact on these communities. It helps them be aware of the existence of exceptions, to reflect upon exceptions, and to create their own understanding of what they can do, and we do have proof that works also from the US, where they developed this series of codes of best practices in fair use, and they did follow-up questionnaires and exercises that do demonstrate that there has been a positive change in behavior. I think I can probably end here and open it to discussion. The last two slides, you saw them already. Well, that's a sneak preview of the code I just talked about, and the other include links to the two codes that we already finalized and are publicly available. One of them is particularly relevant for what we heard this morning, because it's about reusing existing footage and audiovisual materials in immersive experiences and how you can do that lawfully under exceptions. And the other one is for documentary filmmakers. And so, I think I'll probably end here, and happy to discuss any of the things I just mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Bart. Well, you didn't kill the party really, but neither, I'm not excited really about the exceptions anyway. So maybe we are already, I think, a bit beyond schedule, right? But I think it would be nice if you have some question for our panelists and you want to pose directly to them. This is the moment. Any?
I just have one.
Yeah, I will.
Yes, I think all the initiatives are very valuable in their own right. And with the discussion about how we can interest educators, so for instance, for archival material, right? I was thinking, there's so many things going on. How can we benefit from each other, or how can we connect them? I can see that there are some connections, but it seems that on several places people are doing the same thing. So it's good that we have heard several initiatives, but I was thinking, how can we benefit more from
from each other and connect indeed everything.
Yeah, maybe we can have a round of answers. What do you think, Maya? Huh?
Sure, I can.
You can start.
Yeah, I will also leave this one.
Yeah.
I think what we try to show through these initiatives is exactly how we learn from each other. So I think that's why we opened the discussion by introduction from Isabel, who kind of the Europeana, they set the scene for us. And there is research that some of us also contribute to. And then for me, what is relevant, I really like to build initiatives based on the needs and the research that is there. So, so the work of the task force that Isabel mentioned, and our recent report from this year at Centrum showing us how needed videos are for education and how wanted they are. So, and then the example of our XX initiative, the subtitleton that suddenly turned into a tool that can be used in education sector, and how lovely it has been picked up by Rosita and in Italy. To me, this is impact, and to me, this is how it's really. I really was planning to have 4 events, and now we have something that is sustainable. So I think we are already working together, and these are the initiatives that to me they rather complement each other and complete, and we are in dialogue. I think I'm positive here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I do agree. I think, yeah, what we're doing here today and more generally as a network is exactly that, like connecting the dots. But yeah, just to speak from the point of view of the projects, as I mentioned, I think that's another way of, creating connections in a sense as well, and especially with our users, like the different types of users, and, understand how they want, how they need to use our materials, and then try to accommodate those uses as much as possible. Because I think another important point here is that, I'm not an archivist, but, as archivists, I think, you all share a public mission, which is to, make those materials as accessible and usable as possible. I mean, compliance is, of course, part of your job, with, copyright law and, keeping rights holders happy, but that's not really the focus of the work. The focus of the work is preservation, access, and use of the collections. And I think any initiatives like the one I talked about in the field of copyright law, but any initiative of this kind that create a connection with the user, with different types of users, and aims to understand their needs and issues and obstacles is very important in that sense. And then to learn lessons from that conversation and adapt our policies and work to accommodate those needs.
Yeah, before giving the floor to Margherita, unfortunately, Isabel had to leave earlier, so it is not with us. I wanted, Sonia, I had also the feeling that, it's a nice feeling for one side, because you see all this interest around this topic and this sort of win-win approach. So the fact that there are gains for audiovisual archives, but also for the educational community and for community at large to work using subtitling and translation to make content more accessible, but also engage with content per se. I think that then is on us, especially as EUscreen Foundation, to try to coordinate this actions, let's say, and make them converge towards. We're trying to put these things. I was mentioning before that the possibility to subtitle directly clips and share them on EUscreen, the platform is a good thing. I would like to see all the providers giving this possibility. Now it's a limited number, but probably it's also us that we haven't pushed it a lot. So probably looking at this, because I remember in the beginning of our project, so with Video Active before, and then EUscreen and EUscreen Excel, we were always thinking, yeah, maybe there should be a way, because making subtitles it costs a lot of resources, time, and so having in a way the possibility to engage, for example, language students that they can do this at the same time acquiring skills and credits for this work, and offering then the final results to the whole community in making content more accessible. I think this is amazing. It's
It is.
So yeah, I think we need some coordination for sure. But I think as EUscreen Foundation, we are well placed to really try to drive this process.
Great.
Yes, if I can chip in for a second, just to mention the fact that well, our department actually at Sapienza University we have two main departments. One is about European languages, and the other one is about Asian languages, and that's also the reason why one of our partners in the group is teaches Korean. And the thing is that if you are asking us what the archives can do for us and what we can do for the archives, well, the thing is that, as Marco rightly pointed out, for us, the benefit of having, you know, the archives in the project is that the availability of content, but also, you know, raising, as I mentioned earlier on, raising awareness among our young students, you know, the new generation of university students about what the relevance of the audiovisual heritage that you can that they can really open their eyes about what was the past, even about, you know, media literacy in terms of how things were made before. Not everything comes on smartphones, you know, and YouTube, but in the past things were done differently. And on top of that, our language students particularly can offer their skills to the archives, not only the so-called lingua franca, because so far, for example, as far as Subbits is concerned, our students worked mostly with automatically generated subtitles in English. But you know, the opportunities are going to be enormous in future. Even asking our students, for example, to subtitle this content into other languages, the languages that they work on in our departments. It can be in you know, archival content, in Italian archival content subtitled in Greek or in Polish. This is like the added value, I guess, to also be able to spread your content across Europe and beyond. That's the idea.
Yeah, right. Well, I would like for the last comment, Montse, and then probably we should really wrap up because
it has a question to Barb. You talk about the ERA license.
Yep.
And I would like to know if it has a similar license in Europe or in other countries, because I think that from the content providers to know that schools are subjected to certain conditions to reuse your content, that would help. I don't know if the educational reuse is similar to ERA license or not. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. And no, as far as I'm aware, no, there isn't like an EU equivalent. I mean, I know there have been attempts coordinated by the EU Commission to create EU-wide licenses, not just for education, but for all type of uses. But yeah, I think most of those attempts failed because it's a very complex area because of the territoriality of copyright law, which is very much linked to the business models and how, broadcasters or those other rights holders operate at the moment. I'm not sure about other countries. There may well be similar collecting societies and licenses. Like in certain countries like Italy is a bit more difficult, and I think in Spain there is a similar situation because there is one collecting society that has a monopoly by the state. And so it's hard to create new collecting societies, but I think, that's something that the EUscreen network is in a good position to explore, really. It's very ambitious, because you need then the national, collecting societies also to be on board, and they can be quite, resistant and reactionary to this kind of innovative things. But using the educational recording agency model as a good example of that these things can work and can be beneficial and even create a new source of income for rights holders. I mean, something that it could be potentially be explored. Yeah, I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you. Well, I just remember that we forgot about Teresita. So Teresa, you are still with us? No, she had to leave. Okay. So, well, at this point, probably it's time. What you?
Yeah, no, just if I can just make one final
sure,
remark,
sure.
because then I realized that maybe I haven't come across as enthusiastic as I usually do, but that's also because of the nature, the very specific nature of the topic we discussed today. Because the translations are tricky, from a copyright exceptions also point of view are quite tricky, and because basically one of the things about exceptions is they can't conflict with the normal exploitation of the original work. So like the thing we've been discussing today, like generating translations and subtitles and then make them available to everyone. I mean, I can't really think of an exception that could allow that kind of use. So that's why I've been a bit cautious. I don't want to say, yeah, go ahead and just do everything without permission. But that's specifically about translations. But having said that, as I already mentioned, by subtitling in the same language, I think is allowed by exceptions. There are exceptions for people with disabilities. There are other laws like the Accessibility Act that I believe do allow you to do that. So if you're translating in the same language, you don't have to, sorry, if you're subtitling the same language, you don't have to stick just to the materials you own the rights on. You can do that probably with, other materials as well. And as a sort of a final, more positive message, I think that, the exceptions are complex, but their combination do enable a lot of things. And so I think it's important, if what you want to do, apart from translations, but for everything else, what you want to do as educational value, or it has research value, don't assume that those uses require permission, because actually, legally speaking, it's more likely that those uses do not require permission. Then the conditions, under which you can benefit from exceptions, that you can clarify that through projects like those I mentioned, and there are conversations to be had. But I think as a general principle, from a rights holder's point of view, yes, you always need in principle, you always require permission. But if you operate in education and research, actually, the opposite often is true. In most cases, you do not require permission. So yeah, I just thought I wanted to make a more positive final remark. Thank you.
Yeah, you did your best too. I recognize this, but still. So I think we are at the end of this session. We will have a recap by our graphic recorder, Magda, but we will see it after the lunch break. Yeah. Now we go for a lunch break, 40 minutes, but before that, we have a breaking news, I think.
Yeah, we do. Where are you? There he is. Okay, so it has been just officially announced. We have some very happy news to share. I'm going to use the text they use.
Yes.
But where is your tie? Okay.
He's dressing up. He's dressing up. So
the Association of Moving Image Archivists, they are at the conference now. It's an annual event. It's in the States. It's very, very nice group of people, specialists, super dedicated, super enthusiastic to the archival work. Our dear colleagues, and they have just announced their award honorees for this year, and they have a category for advocacy. It's Roy Edmondson Advocacy Award, and this year the honoree is Johan. So congratulations. And what they put in writing, this is really emotional. Well done, you friend. So as head of research and heritage services at the Netherlands Institute for Sound and Vision, and in his work across organizations, he is a relentless and inspirational advocate for audiovisual heritage. I fully agree. Congratulations. So you can use the lunch break to congratulate Johan, give him hugs, he loves that. And we see each other at 1. At 1.
At 1.
At 1.
Welcome back. Hope it was a refreshing lunch break. Here we have, thanks to Magda, our how we call it, graphic recorder. He's an artist, of course. Yeah, I think that we qualified her as the graphic recorder of this symposium. That summarized a bit the session we had before, subtitling the archives, and a lot of bad support here, I think. And probably I would start from I will get the critical thinking team to kick off the next session, which will be chaired by my friend and awarded, just awarded, Johan Omen, which is head of research and editing services on the vision. The session is titled "Facing the Archives: Media Literacy and Disinformation." So that's why I was starting from the critical thinking side of the equation. It will be a quite interesting session. It will be also quite engaging. We'll have some screening. So I will leave now the floor to Johan to really kick off. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Marco. This session is going to be organized like this. First, we will have a screening of a film in event of moon disaster as an 8-minute film. Then we have a conversation and presentation of its director, Halsey Boegend. And then we have a number of speakers, Antoine Baillet, Adriana Dergan, Kuba Biowar. So first they will give like some highlights of their current work. And then there is, I think, at least 20 minutes time to have a panel discussion between the people that are online and here in the room. And also, obviously, this will also include you guys. So if you, as the panelists are giving the presentations, write down your questions so we can have an interesting panel afterwards. Can I just start with a round of applause for our technicians, because I think they did the magic when we were having lunch. Yeah. So yeah, let's watch any event of moon disaster. Oh, that was very, very powerful. So we have the director of this this film with us today, Halsey. There you are. You're on the moon.
Yes. Yes.
This information you're sharing with us. Yeah. Super. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's really wonderful to be here. Yes, I'm coming all the way from the moon. I had to travel here this morning, but you know, technology is better than it was 50 years ago. So I made it safe and sound. But no, it's wonderful here. I'm really looking forward to all this panel, and thank you so much for screening our film, for the interest in it. And I hope that it is a good example of you know, media literacy and disinformation. So if we could advance to the next slide, I will get going through a short presentation here. Great. So I wanted to start a little bit with some of my background, and then I will leap into talking in some detail about the film that you just saw. As you know, I am the co-director of In Event of Moon Disaster. I want to make sure I make it very clear that my co-director, Francesca Panetta, is wonderful, not able to be here with us, but I wanted to give a shout out to her as she is obviously critical to this whole thing, this whole project. There was also a large team of individuals. You saw some in the credits there, but definitely a team project here. Next slide, please. So, oh, wow, I should have been having on that slide already. Sorry, go to the next one, please. Yes, perfect. So I'm an artist. I work in many forms of media. Obviously, you just saw a film. I work actually primarily in music and sound. I do a lot of work with technology. I like to explore technologies, use old technologies and new technologies for aesthetic experiences. I try very hard to sort of promote pro-social purposes with my work. As you can see in the case of Moon Disaster, clearly it's a message about mis and disinformation, which I think is important. Yeah, I use lots of technologies, old ones, spoken voice, language, music, and a lot of new technologies, mobile devices, GPS. I do a lot of geolocated audio work, and artificial intelligence is a new interest of mine, which clearly, well, maybe it wasn't clear, but it was part of what we use to create In Event of Moon Disaster. Next slide, please. I am currently the creative technologist in residence at the MIT Open Documentary Lab. Generally, I'm an independent artist, but I have these affiliations also with Harvard's Meta Lab, which provides me with some grounding. I am coming to you not actually from the moon right now. I am outside of Boston, where these two fine institutions exist. So next slide. Right. So as I said, just a little background on myself, and then going to talk about what you just saw. Next slide, please. This project really at its core, oops, back one. Yeah, thank you. This project at its core really is about disinformation and synthetic media, specifically in this case, deep fakes, and how these two things can work together within our modern media ecosystem. Disinformation is one of the most pressing issues of today. So as artists, we wanted to use our expertise to try to help educate and spread the word about how synthetic media could be used in disinformation campaigns. Could be, and in fact is in many cases. We thought that if we could convince people even for a moment, maybe we convince you for a moment, that the moon landing didn't happen the way we have always been told it happened, that what else could we convince people of? So the project as a whole is in large part an awareness and media literacy campaign. You guys just saw the film, but there are a lot of educational components on the website, articles. We've made explanatory videos and student learning modules, all of this to sort of encapsulate this this core aesthetic experience that you just saw. There are many reasons we use the moon landing as a topic for this project, but probably the most important one is that it's a historic event and didn't have any potential problematic issues in the present day, as you can imagine might happen if we were to try to create an example where we deepfake, say, a modern day president or important political figure, and we could have lots of problems. But doing something from 50 years ago is much less problematic. So the slide previous to this one, I'll just read what that actually says. It just states one of the sort of primary questions we asked with this project, which is, can we use modern technology to create a believable alternate reality in a way that serves both as announcement and warning? We didn't want this project to be all about the negative aspects, because honestly, this new technology, synthetic media, deepfakes, is really exciting for creative purposes as well. But we all know that new technology brings potential, progress as well as potential harm. And this project is our way of interrogating the good and the bad of artificial intelligence and synthetic media, sort of simultaneously, if you will. In today's world of social media feeds ridden with mis and disinformation, we all need to play a role in trying to inoculate ourselves from undue influence. And again, we hope that this project leaves our audience with a feeling that will stick with them when they are scrolling through their social media feeds in the future, as we do on a daily basis. So the inspiration for the film comes, as you can see here on this slide, from two places. It comes from the contingency speech plus deepfake technology. The contingency speech is actually what you heard President Nixon saying there, quote unquote, was actually written for him. It was written by his speechwriter, Bill Sapphire, in case something went horribly wrong and Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin were actually stranded on the moon. This was one of the most likely scenarios that could have happened if something did go wrong. So they prepared this speech in case it did happen. Of course, it did not. Everything happened fine. They returned home. But they needed to be ready in case it did happen. So this contingency speech existed. We knew it existed, and we also knew that this technology called deepfake exists. And just to be clear, deepfake, just about definitions, I know I've been using the term, but just to be clear, a deepfake is basically any audio or video content that has been manipulated using AI-based techniques to portray people doing or saying something that in reality they never did or said. And typically this is done without the consent of the protagonist. So we thought, we have a contingency speech, we have this technology to create things that never happened. What if we bring them together and bring it to real life and create an aesthetic experience that will shine light on the power of this new technology. I think we all know that the most effective disinformation starts with things that are true and seem believable. And then if this disinformation is wrapped into a context of otherwise true information, it can be even more difficult to discern. So in our case, this contingency speech sort of acts as a bridge, if you will, into this alternative universe that we created, something real that we use to spawn something entirely fictional. All the footage you see in the film is archival, real footage. It's just re-edited. And we hope that the impact of this project is increased by this sort of momentary believability of the the contingency speech and the realness of that. So hopefully these next slides are going to work. These are actually the more complicated ones because there's some videos here. But what I thought would be fun to do here would be to show you a little bit of the behind the scenes of how we created the deepfake of President Nixon. So right now, yes, this is good. Perfect. We will play this in a second. But the way we created the deepfake was basically to start with a real film of Nixon delivering a speech and then manipulate as little as possible of it to make him say something different than what he actually said. So what we decided to use was actually President Nixon's resignation speech. This is his original resignation speech, which you will recognize the visuals of, but when we play it here, you will note that the audio is quite different and the lip motion is quite different. So can we play about 10 seconds of this?
In all the decisions I have made in my public life, I have always tried to do what was best for the nation. Throughout the long and difficult period of Watergate, I have felt it was my duty to persevere, to make every possible effort to complete the term of office to which you elected me.
This is the next sort of crucial bit of input into creating our deepfake. It is an actor who basically becomes a puppeteer for President Nixon. We hired a wonderful actor, Louis D. Wheeler, who you see here, and we had him deliver the speech. We could direct him to, say it presidentially, pause in the right places, et cetera, and then the technology would take his mouth motions delivering the speech that we want Nixon to deliver and kind of map that onto the video that you just saw previously. So he is no longer resigning from the US presidency. He is delivering this speech about the Apollo 11 program. So let's just play again. You only need about 5 to 10 seconds of this, but want to give you an idea of it. All right.
Good evening, my fellow Americans. Fate has ordained that the men who went to the moon to explore in peace will stay on the moon to rest in peace. These brave men, Neil Armstrong and Edwin Aldrin, know that there is no hope for their recovery. But they also know that there is hope for mankind in their sacrifice.
So the next video I'm going to show you guys is the next sort of stage here, which is you will see visuals of Nixon, and then you will see that we linked up the audio from our actor to a manipulated version of Nixon, which sounds kind of unexpected, but it is sort of the next step that we went through to produce the visuals for this. So if we can play 10 seconds of this video, and then we can move on.
Good evening, my fellow Americans. Fate has ordained that the men who went to the moon to explore in peace will stay on the moon to rest in peace. These brave men, Neil Armstrong and Edwin Aldrin, know that there is no hope for their recovery.
And then the final stage, I actually won't bother to have you guys look at this because you saw the whole thing in the film. The final stage really is bringing together a synthetic voice that we created as well with the visuals that you just saw to replace the actor's voice and replace it with a synthetic Nixon voice. And And that sort of produces what we call a complete deep fake, which is a manipulation of both audio and video, a synthetically produced audio track and a synthetically produced video track, and bring those together to create what you saw in the actual film. So if we could go back to the presentation, go to the next slide. Great, yeah, so I was just talking about the synthetic voice. We used a technology called speech-to-speech, which means that, as you saw, the actor could say something, and we trained an AI model working with a company in Ukraine called Respeecher to, basically a model that would take the actor's voice as input, and it would convert it into sounding like Nixon's voice. It took a lot of training material. We recorded the actor, speaking phrases that Nixon spoke, and kind of sent all this parallel training data into the AI model, and it was able to, create a voice of Nixon saying anything that the actor said moving forward. So it was really important to use speech-to-speech rather than text-to-speech, because if we have speech-to-speech, then all the nuance of the actor's delivery of the speech comes through into the synthetic version, rather than text-to-speech, where you just type in words and then the computer speaks them. In those cases, it sounds a little robotic. It sounds a little more like, Alexa or Siri or something like that, where you can't really control the nuance of the performance. So we wanted to create an aesthetic experience, and therefore it was very important to have this speech-to-speech technology. So next slide. I've only got a few left here. So, we really wanted to not only focus on, sort of the doom and gloom of this technology, which is significant, but there's also really wonderful aspects of synthetic media, both aesthetically and artistically, as you've seen in our film, hopefully, and then, medical uses and lots of other pro-social uses, which is really important. And of course, the bad is disinformation, which tends to often be on the forefront of these things. Forefront of new technologies is often used for nefarious purposes, unfortunately. But awareness campaigns such as this project hopefully help sort of blunt some of the effect of that. Next slide, please. So cheap fakes and deep fakes. We've been talking about deep fakes this whole time, but really, a discussion of deepfakes should be couched in the knowledge that media manipulation has been happening for as long as media has existed. There's a long history of techniques and approaches, and artificial intelligence is just one of the new ways that is adding to this sort of continuum of manipulation that happens. We used a lot of cheap fakes in our project. As I said before, all the footage you see is archival footage, and we created this alternative situation with just archival footage. So we reversed footage, we changed the audio from what video was showing, we sliced and diced and created this new story with just the audio and video that actually existed, that is actually real. So cheap fakes, are out there all over the place, and they always will be. And this continuum of techniques will always be pushed further by new technologies. So next slide, please. And just to kind of wrap things up, just to bring it to the present day, I know we've been talking about something 50 years ago, but deepfakes are used all the time now, unfortunately, for some nefarious purposes. Some of you might have seen this next slide deepfake of President Zelensky, which was deepfaked to say he's surrendering to Russia. Obviously, that was not something that happened. It wasn't a very good deepfake, but nonetheless, it kind of shows some of the potential of what this technology can do today, and how, projects like this, ideas like pre-bunking and other sort of ways of blunting the effects of these manipulations are critical.
Бути президентом виявилося не так вже й легко. Я змушений приймати складні рішення. Спочатку я вирішив повернути Донбас.
I believe my next slide is the thank you slide. So yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It was an excellent introduction also to the topic of this panel. So now we are welcoming Antoine Baillet. He works at INA, or as I can say, our very own INA. They've been long-term supporters and network members of EUscreen. Antoine works at editorial director, and I've been following his Twitter feeds, like how many thousand others, like 14,000, like ridiculous amount of followers. Anyway,
I'm a former journalist. I'm still journalist actually, so
yeah.
that's the reason why.
Okay,
anyway,
well, super. We're really happy to have you here, and take it away. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I'll start my decant.
So I'm here to talk of ADN, which is a political TV show that we launched at Lina during the 2022 presidential race. And as you can see, we had the opportunity to interview almost all of the French presidential candidates. I'll explain you how we deal with it and the place that the archives plays in it, and of course the link with misinformation or disinformation. First, just a bit of background, just to tell you one very specific thing about Lina that you probably know, but in the last 10 years, we've been really shifting from being an archive center to being a media. That's our motto, and we're trying to produce some distinctive content. Both archives and digital media can have, it really can be a love story. Today at Lina, we have approximately 900 people working at Lina. Approximately 100 people are working specifically on content creation. It can be digital content, it can be audiovisual content, anywhere, anything, but that's just to give you an overview of it. So I'll take you back to June 2021, so 1 year before the presidential race. With all the editorial teams, we had a classical workshop, actually, aiming with one question being how Lina, as a media, in direct relation with audiences, might cover the 2022 presidential race and bring, that's our editorial motto, and bring some more context. Archive is here to provide context all the time. It's an incredibly rich material. You all know about it, but that was the question we focused on, and we decided to launch. Our answer was ADN, aka DNA, just to make it very clear. I won't try to spell DNA, sorry. I'm sure you all know about it. So it was a way to create a confrontation for us between the 12 candidates. We wanted to have the 12 of them. We can speak about them later in the French presidential race, and archives. And archive was there to reveal their real face, their real identity, their real thoughts. Quoting the title of the panel, it was candidates facing the archives, obviously. Archives that might depict them. It can be archives of themselves saying some stuff when they were young sometimes. But not only, we didn't want the presidential candidates to be faced only with their own archives. We wanted them to be faced with all the events that took place in the last 50 years as well. We wanted archives that might move them, that might contradict them, that makes them feel uncomfortable sometimes as well. And actually, as a link with the title of this panel, archives was not that very much a weapon against misinformation. It was a weapon to fight, let's say, excessive storytelling from candidates themselves. We really tried to use archives this way. Sorry to have been speaking about it so long. Let's have a little look at it, and you'll see in a bit. So just to explain some of our editorial choices, because in a 1 minute clip you don't really understand a lot about it, except that there are archives and candidates. We created a 45-minute TV show. It was really a long one. It was a deliberate choice from us to have a long conversation with candidates. Also, we decided to have a famous interviewer. Patrick Cohen is quite well known in France. He's a political interviewer, but we decided to hide him. He was not in the room. He was not in the studio with the candidates. It was just a voice, so that the candidates might be really facing the archives. And that's a wonderful panel title. They were, let's say, alone, almost alone in the studio with 3 big screens, one that they faced, you can see, they had a reflective of themselves, and 2 big screens behind them to really have beautiful composition for the image, and also, of course, to try and lock them in the archives. They cannot escape from the archives. When I'm saying that I might seem to be trying to trap them, but our really ultimate goal was not only to trap them, it was also a way to try and reconciliate voters and politicians. I'm sure that, as you know all, there's kind of a big disillusion from politicians in France with a low turnout in an election, and creating a 45-minute TV show was also a way for us to try and also try and go beyond a classical TV show. We had one very hard stuff to do. I'm not sure we did it the right way, so perhaps we'll have a discussion about it later. We had to find the right balance between being empathic and being not too naive as well. I said that we also wanted to use archive as a weapon. Well, I'll show you one time where I think we did it very well. I'm not sure about your knowledge of the French political scene, but behind me it's Marine Le Pen, the far-right candidate. She has long been Putin ally or Putin defender in France. And during this specific presidential election, of course, Putin was one of the subjects that the candidates had to deal with. The election took place in May, and of course, the Ukrainian invasion took place in February. And Marine Le Pen has been trying to depict herself not as a Putin ally. That was so simple as that. We had a bit of luck. We recorded Marine Le Pen TV show, the ADN show, on the 25th of February, so 3 days after the start of the invasion of Ukraine. And we had that very specific moment. You can leave the French comment audio. It's an archive of a meeting between Marine Le Pen and Putin that took place in the year 2015.
Un petit salon modeste du Kremlin qui sert à des rencontres informelles, mais les caméras sont bien là pour immortaliser l'instant. Marine Le Pen a enfin obtenu la rencontre censée lui octroyer sa stature internationale et elle a du mal à cacher son émotion.
Merci Monsieur le Président de m'avoir accordé cette entrevue. Vous le savez, je plaide depuis longtemps pour que la France et la Russie reprennent des relations.
So this was a way to confront her with what she said before, and that was very simple, very effective, and very powerful sequence. It didn't went that viral, but it had its effects actually, and actually I'm quite happy that we produced that with archives. Just the results, we didn't have the 12 candidates, we had 10 out of them of the 12. We gathered 100 million views for all of the content we produced, both with the 45 minutes sequences and also the short form, and mostly on the short form, I have to say. Many quotes in the media, and yes, I'm here with a scoop. There will be a follow-up at the end at the first semester. 2023. I'm not dealing with politics. I'm dealing with various people. Got a few do's and don'ts. At the do never show archives to people being interviewed before the interview. Some of the candidates, of course, asked They were expecting some of the archives. They have the tool actually to browse some of our archives at FINA. So the most prepared one did it. We never showed them any of the archives. We were about to broadcast them. Think about short forms as well as the extended version. Honestly, we didn't do it enough. We were quite confident in the fact that people would watch all of the show. Reality was not that much on the long form, but more on the short form. Secure budget for archives because we do not own all of them, and sometimes we had to have really a very specific archive. The Marine Le Pen one is not an archive from Lina, it's an archive from France 24. So yes, we had to buy it also, and don't underestimate the editorial and production work to achieve that.
Super.
Sorry for the delay.
Thanks so much. 2 minutes is zero problem in the way that we run events. Next speaker is Adriana Dergam. She's been I could say close ally for not very long, but we've known each other now, I think, for 2 years, and we immediately liked each other's work. So I'm very happy that you're here, Ariana. She works at the Prague Center for Media Skills. And if that mic is, you can switch it on with the there's a little button on the top.
So I will give my 10 minutes extensible to 12. But just probably, I'm here like representing Prague Center for Media Skills, but probably it would be fair to say something about my background because it's very messy and you might be asking, well, where's this lady talking from, which point of view? So I have a background in psychology, communication, technology, innovation, and I'm also like working on human rights perspective. And now we're working with media, how media do understand the impact of technology in the society, in their own work, how do they understand the impact on human rights and different other projects. But I think this one is quite interesting. But what I would like to address, if I may, and before Johan asks me, and I take the liberty to answer, I would like to react to some of the things we have seen during what have been like commented by the author and creator of Moon Disaster, which is quite, I find it very troubling. I mean, all the story of deepfakes means that we can create archives, yes. We can create the past, we are creating the parallel present, we can create the future. And what does that mean, for example, in terms of media literacy? Yes, because it was one of the points I was asked to speak for. I think we are not really addressing, because we are speaking a lot about disinformation, a lot about critical thinking, and I think we are not addressing the topic like broadly enough. We have been together with Johan in a project that, from my point of view, had a very big stress on fact checking and this kind of like operational cognitive processes. But when you see the studies on disinformation, they are showing that not only cognitive or affective drivers or emotional drivers, that it's like the typical thing, do affect our decisions or our understanding, but it's also the wider cultural, social, and historical context that really shapes our moral values and personal attitudes, etc. So I think like pointing media literacy just to cognitive processes, critical thinking, deconstructing also the manipulation processes, etc., is not really addressing the complexity of the issue, because it has to be a kind of wider, in my opinion, or much wider social engineering that we all agree on in a certain way. I'm being provocative on purpose. That's one thing I think that was like expanding really the domain of how to fight disinformation. And the second thing we are not also talking, I think enough, is this kind of like ontological security, which is like a too abstract thing, but I would take it to biological security in the sense that we as humans, as biological beings, we need to to feel safe, meaning I know what's the surrounding around me, I know what's happening, I do understand the situation, I know what the future will be, which when you are like deconstructing the reality into parallel realities with fake archives, fake battles in Ukraine, etc., it's a kind of a direct attack to your sanity, I would say, and to psychosocial well-being. Which in fact, and I would probably mention, there's a very interesting Russian scholar, Grigory Asmolov, who is working in London School of Economics, and it's why I wrote the papers. He has been just like offering some thoughts on the propaganda during the Ukrainian war, meaning that we are really working with very fresh data. And what they found is not that there was not only like the state propaganda that wants to like shift the reality or protect the audience from the reality, give them reason not to do anything. But the reason is also that they are trying to construct a kind of a fantasy of order, stability, and security, which is exactly what like a biological creatures we need. So what they were researching is that there is also a huge demand for this kind of propaganda and disinformation because it makes you feel secure. Yeah, and recently there was a last week, because as you probably have noticed, Czech Republic had the presidency of the European Union. We are handing the baton to Sweden. Last week there was a conference with journalists from Belarus, Ukraine, Armenia, Georgia, etc. And there were young ladies. I was quite surprised because they were like 35 and younger, most of them. And they were like, you probably heard this kind of surprise, like saying, you know, but this granny in Donetsk, she saw the evidence that was like, that what they were saying in the Russian TV was not the truth. She saw the evidence, you know, and I was like, you know, the trouble is that if you accept that this piece of single, unimportant evidence is really true, all your identity, your past, your relationship goes out, meaning you have been lied all your life, your relationship were fake. I mean, if you think about it, it's like a woman who thinks that she's in a happy marriage with 2 kids, and suddenly you discover that you have been cheated for 20 years. He doesn't love you. He has more kids apart, and all this has been like fake. All your sacrifice, all your time, all your emotions, everything was in vain. So, I mean, compare what you are losing with accepting this kind of piece of evidence that that's true, and maintaining yourself in kind of ontological safety and identity. So, I think we should probably, if we are also talking about media literacy, we should probably think about a wider complex of measures. It's not my term, social engineering, obviously, but probably a wider one, which would not affect only like critical thinking, but also more values, identity, and a very like wider work that for the moment I think we are addressing. That would be probably one of the points. And the second one is, because I was also asked to maybe mention DSA, but I would like to ask, and I admire really the work you are doing, and many of the colleagues who are here, the work with journalists, technology, and data, which is really amazing, and I think it's very important. From the research we have found in the Czech Republic, and we were working with over 600 people in media, was that really the understanding of digitalization and technology is rather weak, I would say, which is very, I would say, dangerous and risky if you have and you live in a digitalized world, not understanding what's happening, what's behind, what might be the impact in human rights. I find it really troubling. So probably in terms of education, we should think not about just media education, probably of our audience is public. We should definitely, and I know that a big part of you are probably working on the kind of upskilling, not only media literacy, digital literacy, I would say, and how to make our journalists and students of journalism digital savvy. And I would probably add more, not only media literacy and digital literacy, but probably some kind of psycho-hygiene. Why? People who are working now, and I don't know if you have sensed that with archives. I suppose because I have been working also in the past as a translator, and I have been asked when the war started to help Czech translators who are working with Ukrainian refugees, because they were absolutely overwhelmed. And by a very 20 years ago, I was part in researching like the emotional state of translators being involved in negative emotional context. Because you'll remember, and that's why I really like my colleague Margarita, who was also talking about like translating for people with disabilities as basic rights. So that's quite a topic that translation resonates with me, and they were asking me, I mean, what to do with translators who are all the time translating just negative, very emotional, very difficult things. And I can imagine that those who work with archives from Holocaust, from nowadays, and we saw it with fact checkers, we saw it with analysts of what's happening now in the war, we see it with journalists of this, and not only those ones who are in crisis, but also those like second line professionals who are working with this content. I think to this kind of like media literacy, we should also add some kind of psycho-hygiene also to normal people, because the amount of negative content that we are exposed to is, I think, really like troubling our well-being. That would be probably one. And second, and I will stop with this. So I have, yes, or I should stop now.
No, go on. You know, I can listen to you all day, but it's you have 2 minutes more.
Well, I do appreciate what was said, like this kind of archives as a weapon against storytelling, because I think we are like abusing of storytelling like a lot. And my second point would be, because I mean, yes, DSA is working with big platforms, etc. We definitely, I think, have to work with journalists. I think that we are all experiencing the fact that we have to work also, if we can somehow, or at least regulate the politicians who are quite a stable source of misinformation and disinformation, because then they get on media and public media. Obviously, they have to write to be in public media. They are members of parliament, etc. And we are not really doing, I think, the right job of disseminating their discourse. But I think we are not working enough with private sector and PR brandcom agencies who are also disseminating disinformation and misinformation. What I mean is it's very easy. I mean, we have all got used to the fact that they are producing ads like trying us to convince that if you drink Coca-Cola, you will be young, happy, and we accept it. And it's always a continuum when you suddenly have these kind of yogurts for kids that are very healthy. Well, they have maybe more sugar than they should. Well, and you know what's happening with sugar long term. And then it goes with claims against renewable energies, supporting fossil options, maybe are paid by Gazprom. Yeah. So in a certain way, these kind of like agencies, I would say, are not strong enough in the terms of their due diligence, and they are also supporting the dissemination and of misinformation and disinformation, because it's sometimes their core business. That's one thing. And another that I really consider also that we are underestimating are the leadership of big corporates, because if they live in this kind of bubble of disinformation, it really creates harm. Let me just give you an example, and I will stop here. Quite recently, I have been talking to a very high manager in an international company working in more than 100 countries with tens of thousands of, and she was really worried about the nuclear threat of Russia to Europe. And I was trying to, they have been threatening with that from the beginning. You see, in this occasion, that didn't happen. If you attack Russian territory, which was in their kind of new Russian territories, we would use it. No, it didn't happen. If you attack our Russian territories, we will use it. Well, there was an attack like 650 kilometers from the Russian-Ukrainian border deep in Russia. Well, it didn't happen. So it's like, where are you getting the information from? I mean, who's giving you, because those people talking to politicians have obviously much more power than our librarian, who are you trying to somehow to help him with his media understanding. So I think we should definitely work more with these more powerful people, being the politicians or private media leadership as well. Private sector leadership. Thank you.
Thanks so much. We're now moving back online. Kuba, POR, are you, where are you today? Are you in Poland?
Yes, I'm in Warsaw. Hello.
Yeah, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. And thank you for the presentations by previous speakers. So my name is Kuba Pivovar. I represent SWPS University today, but I also work with Johan, with Ina. We also worked with Adriana in Paris in a project called Media Numeric. And just to give you a gist of what the project is about, is that we are trying to teach journalist students on how to fight misinformation and how to use data in doing that. And it became apparent very fast that, especially in the context of a newsroom, fighting this misinformation and disinformation is not something that can be done in solitude. So it has to be a group work. There has to be a community of people with particular skills that do the task. And if you go to the next slide, I wanted to show you two hypotheses or maybe two small provocations I will cover today. First of which is that media literacy is not something that you can do in solitude. It is also, as with debunking disinformation and working on data, in newsroom, it's something that we have to do in groups. And second hypothesis is maybe a little bit weird, but it's actually based on research done in the UK, which says that spreading fake news in a controlled environment helps fighting disinformation. And I will get to that in a minute. If you can click to the next slide and the next slide. Okay, there will be a couple of fantastic animations here, but basically what you're seeing over here is an excerpt from a report which was created by Government Communication Service in the UK. And this is something that shows the entire landscape of fighting disinformation. The UK is actually doing a lot of efforts around teaching the citizens how to fight disinformation and how to become more aware citizens, not only in terms of using data and spotting misinformation and fake news, but also how to become even more media literate. And if you click to there will be an animation, and one more time. There is one part which is called resilience building, and media literacy education sits here, which is very interesting because if you take a look at the entire process from the strategic in the bottom and tactical in the upper part of the graph, I would say, and I would argue that media literacy is definitely something that fits in every single part of this path. But let's move on to another example, which shows different ways in which media literacy can be defined. And the way in which the European Union and European Commission approaches media literacy, it talks about mostly how individuals can act and what individuals can do in order to become media literate. There's a few points in which the report points out at community building and participation and engagement. So interaction and intercultural dialogue is something that happens only in 2 points, whereas the entire way of media literacy is put on an individual. So if you want to be media literate, if you want to be data literate, you have to do all of these things by yourself. You have to become more critical in thinking about what sort of news are you reading. You have to have creative skills. You have to do a lot of things around accessing the information, accessing the data, then analyzing them, then trying to figure out what is true and what is not true, in what context are we talking about the truth, etc., etc. So a lot of individualistic work over here. If you click to the next slide, there's another report also coming from the European Union, and if you click, there will be small animations over here, which point out at very interesting types of skills. And I would argue that it is really difficult, as if, with, let's say, data scientists, an ideal data scientist does not exist. Somebody who is a great statistician, a great programmer, a great person to communicate the research, but also as someone who is a business person. That would be like the 4 traits of a great data scientist. They do not exist. And I would say that truly media literate and truly data literate people also do not exist, because let's say being able to apply ICT skills in order to process information and produce user-generated content is not something that even majority of the citizens, of the consumers, of media consumers would probably do, as it's in the case of actually producing the news by the citizens. So even if we consider ourselves very media literate, if we are not producing some content, then in many definitions that I stumbled upon, we are not fully media literate. That's why I would say that practicing media literacy and learning media literacy is always a joint effort. It needs somebody with, let's say, technical skills to provide us with some tools in order for us to learn and to get to know to get to very specific types of data that we need to confirm some sort of information. We need to collaborate with people in order for them to check if our thinking is okay, if we are not biased, etc., etc. If we click to another slide, there's one last European perspective, which is a very interesting take on different types of skills, but also emphasizing the fact that it's not only thinking critically and creatively, but also creative approach towards problem solving. And I would argue that in this particular problem, in this particular situation, we're talking about a very, very active citizen. So I would say that all the definitions that we stumble upon describe a fraction of the society who are extremely active, extremely driven, and people who actually want to become not only become media literate, but to stay media literate. The second hypothesis and the second provocation, which is on the next slide. Next slide. Yeah, is around fake news. That exposing humans to some sort of fake, a small portion of fake news, makes them immune to misinformation. And what you see here is something that I clicked yesterday, a couple of days ago, around a tool that I'm going to talk about. The tool has been created by the Cambridge Social Decision Making Lab, and it's called Get Bad News. It's available at getbadnews.com, and it's a game. So what they do is they, if you click on the next slide, they give you a possibility to train, to learn a little bit of techniques in spreading misinformation. So what you can do is you can impersonate somebody, you can polarize the society, you can discredit someone in the game, you can do some light trolling, etc., etc. And on the next slide, you will see how the process looks like. You see a prompt, hi there, good to see you. Then you have to choose either or. What sort of information are you going to, which path are you choosing to follow in this particular game? On the left-hand side, in the bottom, you see that there's one thing written. You're probably frustrated about something, right? Aren't we all? You can get started by using Twitter to vent. And you can either post a frustrated tweet or, not being sure, figure out what sort of options do you have. And when going deeper into the game, you see that you can actually work on fabricating and manipulating the, I would say, fake public opinion, which is not available in this particular environment in the game. But you can see for yourself how does it work and what's the mechanics standing behind misinformation. And I would stop here just for like a little bit of context, because what Cambridge Social Decision Making Lab did is they realized that there are 3 things which help misinformation to spread. First of which, that viral information, especially if it's written in a specific emotional way, viral information tends to stick. And when you repeat it, it is more likely to be judged as something that is true. Moreover, if people start believing something, even if we debunk this information, people still are not necessarily sure if the misinformation is misinformation or actually something that is is a little bit true. Hence, the idea of something that that is called pre-banking, meaning that we work not after disinformation happens, but before it actually happens, and we can do that by teaching people how misinformation works. The Cambridge Social Decision Making Lab, they call it the inoculation theory. So the point here is that the same as with vaccines, right? Like the weekend exposure to a pathogen triggers like the production of antibodies, which means that you're being less susceptible to viruses. Same here. If you are being given small portion of misinformation, and if you are shown the way in which misinformation is being spreaded, then you are less prone to being persuaded by misinformation. And on the next slide, there's a summary of this great project, and there's a link to this particular game, getbadnews.com. And I highly recommend playing that game. It's really fantastic. The final point I want to make here is that the inoculation theory also leaves us with a couple of other thoughts. First of which is, as with vaccinations, sometimes boosters are needed, meaning that if you play the game, if the public plays the game, it doesn't mean that they become less susceptible to misinformation forever. They have to practice this skill all the time. But the main point here is that once we start building people's confidence in their own judgment and reduce their willingness to share false content with their network, we're halfway successful, because this is when this is where the actual fight with disinformation happens, not only by debunking it, but also by pre-banking it. There's also another animation over here in the slide which emphasizes things that I wanted to stress out, but that's it for me. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Let's see if both mics work. So we have some time to go over to have the panel debate. I circulated 3 questions earlier this week for the panelists to reflect on a little bit. But given the time restrictions, I think we should pick one. And I hope that the panelists agree that the question, what can public service media organizations, what role can they play to increase media literacy in society? And how can we increase confidence in public service media could be quite a nice sort of topic to discuss all together. My proposal would be to ask each of the panelists to reflect, and then we can have a conversation. I choose this particular question because EUscreen has as its foundation, obviously, a number of public broadcast media archives. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts about what it is that we as a community could do, listening to all of your contributions. Halsey, can I give you the floor?
I'm back. Sure. Yeah, I will admit that this, I not being a journalist, not being somebody in public media, I don't know that my comments are going to be terribly interesting here as to what can be done there, because I'm fairly naive about this topic. I do sort of generally think that, to the extent that public media can think creatively about about ways to communicate the threats and the dangers and the solutions to combating mis and disinformation, that would be great. And of course, me as an artist, I find that messages that hit me and come into me through my heart, through my emotions, rather than my head, often are more durable and stick with me longer. And I think that's true for a lot of folks. So to the extent perhaps that public media could, use some more maybe aesthetically based or creative, playful. I love that bad news game. I'm super excited about learning about that. Kuba, thank you for that. But those kinds of projects that aren't just simply, here's some bullet points that you need to keep in mind. Those are important messages as well. But when you combine those with something a little more, perhaps, aesthetically interesting and exciting and pleasing and fun, perhaps, and impactful, that the message can be more durable. So apologies if that's not a terribly useful comment, but that's kind of where my thoughts are in this regard. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Adriana?
I think I can join Asli with the fact that I'm not also in public media, so my comment is also from outside. But I think definitely, quality, consistency, and innovation would be for me the key. And I really I like very much what your approach to the political debates, trying to really use archives and approach it differently and make people think. In a different way. I would also think that we have a really, as public media, there is a big task is to reach the unreachable, because sometimes I have the feeling that we are already the kind of like media literacy we are offering is reaching the convinced. And in the Czech Republic, we have been not in public media, but I think this is the way, probably not calling disinformation and going via topics that are really like important for people. Now it might be the energy crisis. There were very good like best practices with working with elderly via the problems, economic problems they had. And media literacy came via that, really working. They didn't say disinformation a single time, but it was clear what the training was about. So I think we have even to not only to change the focus and be more innovative, but maybe change the vocabulary as well, because it's being abused, sometimes even I call it prostituted. I would really think about more what I said. I mean, what to do with politicians in public service media who are like a permanent source of disinformation. I don't have the answer. It's more the question to the co-panelists and to the public.
Or
I'm just like going very linear, like one after the other.
Both a journalist and working for the public service, so I guess I have to pick that question in a very specific way. The first answer is obvious. As public media service, we have to produce some content that makes people think. Well, that's the duty. We have to do it. But that's not enough. I'm not sure that's enough. I'm very sensitive and very interested and I do very agree with Kuba on the pre-bunking and inoculation stuff that has to be done. I just have to, as a journalist, warn also of the kind of laboratory, online laboratory that we might produce when spreading fake news to try and inoculate people. It might also sometimes think like you're Dr. Strangelove, so be careful with that idea. But I think that there is a place, and in a way, I also wanted to react to the in event of a moon disaster film screening. I enjoyed watching it in the film festival, but it's also broadcasted on YouTube. And well, how many people got to the end of the video? Well, that's a question. Perhaps hopefully you can give us an answer. So yes, as it's kind of a corporate answer as a journalist, but we have to be careful with that. And I think that there is a place where journalists have to expand, and public service news organization has to expand. It's in the schools. That's the place where journalists can explain stuff. That's the place where we can try and educate for what it means. I don't really know, just trying to explain the work of media. We have been discussing it this idea with various French actors, but we had that dream of public news organization having the obligation that their newsroom members go and spend, I don't know, 1 week a year in the schools to explain about their jobs, about the way news is produced, about the way YouTube videos are produced. I don't know if it might help. Actually, that doesn't exist, but perhaps it should. Just provocative.
Yeah. No, super. Thank you very much. Kuba, do you have, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so my perspective would be academic, obviously. As a researcher, I've been looking into different ways in which you can not only show your research and share the results, but also show how the work behind the research looked like. And even with this example of the game Get Bad News, I think that one of the most important parts of this particular game is that it shows the ways in which the mechanism of disinformation works. I also recall one of the articles by Bloomberg on climate crisis. I think it was like 6-7 years ago. What they did is they presented a huge huge article around what is causing it, what sort of data do we have, and the actual information was like 70% of the story, but 30% of the story was methods and different approaches and different asterisks regarding the work that has been done. So my point here is that creating a fake news, creating misinformation can take a couple of minutes. Debunking it can take many hours. The more people are aware of the fact that behind a credible data story or credible story, journalistic story, there are numerous hours of work, of hard work, and a lot of people working on this particular piece, and that they are only looking at the final result of really hard work being done throughout many days. And maybe only then people will start understanding that only these sort of information that disclose the data around how much time did we spend on creating it would be worth sharing.
Yeah, thanks so much. So a lot for us in the audience to chew on. I would like to give the audience the opportunity to ask a question to our distinguished speakers.
But it's really a provocation in a way, yeah. But I was wondering if we aren't being naive here and thinking that media literacy is the solution to the misinformation problem. To me, it seems like the Don Quixote fight against windmills, in the sense that the problem is not maybe the platformization of and the monopoly of platforms on information now and the algorithm that they are driven by that are the problem, in the sense that to me it seems that like Kuba was saying now, I mean, produce fake news cost, let's say 10 minutes, the bank of fake news costs maybe 100 minutes. So it's a fight we cannot win. So probably we should look at the problem, and this is a question from how the attention economy is working and the algorithm behind it, and probably try to adjust and fight those rather than try to fix the problem with media literacy. I mean, I'm not saying it's not important, obviously, but I think probably this is not really effective. They're not going to win this, or not. I don't know.
Who wants to respond?
May I? Just very briefly, I will respond with the words of one of your compatriots, the journalist Gianni Riotta, who said it's like eating a soup with a knife. So it's something like that, but definitely I would agree it's not enough. And just for your context, I live here. Recently, we had demonstrations, tens of thousands of people against the government in this kind of pro-Russian atmosphere. But what was shown is that, okay, part of them was like pro-Russian, but the other ones were just really frustrated with all the things that are going on, being in insecurity, unpredictability, and a lot of things, and if you're saying, I mean, media just won't help there.
So yeah, if I may, of course.
You had both.
So the a way that the literature is also considering this challenge is to look at both the individual level, so looking at boosting, nudging, debunking, and lots of things that we spoke about, and on the other hand, system level. So what are the rules and regulations that let's say governments can put in place in order to also fight the same issue? So for instance, there is now legislation in terms of algorithm transparency and other regulations that will also help to tackle the issue. But so it has to be, in my view, I'm just saying that it has to be multiple ways to address it. Any more urgent questions? Oh yeah, Elsie, go for it. Thank you.
Oh yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure if we were using our digital hands here, but
there's so many screens here. Maya, I've spotted your hand, so
well, thank you for that. I just wanted to add, I totally agree with this multi-pronged approach is critical, and media literacy is only one of those. Definitely agree about the sort of legislative and sort of regulatory prong, but something else, of course, is the technical prong. The deepfake detectors, for example, the technical systems. There's this cat and mouse game going with between various AI models that create this misinformation, disinformation, and then those that detect it, and that is a continuing battlefront that is going to need to. It's going to be hard to keep up, but there are lots of amazing researchers and folks in corporations who are doing that work, because AI is I forget who said it, but it takes a few minutes to create a piece of misinformation and then a lot longer to debunk it. With AI and large language models and the like, it doesn't take minutes, it takes, milliseconds. So it's, we are coming to a time and a place where the amount of disinformation will potentially dwarf the amount of real information. I don't want to be depressing, but it's, technical means to try to blunt some of this are going to be helpful as well. So just adding that to the mix.
Yeah, super. This is where we have to leave it for today. Let me please help me thank the speakers. I think it's good if we have a cup of coffee and freshen our minds a little bit. There's coffee served one flight below where we had our lunch. And please come back at 3 sharp, and then we will be hosting the final panel.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Enjoy your coffee. I'll have my coffee on the moon.
Okay, I think we are ready to kick off the final session. So as you can see it's quite interesting how as the day progresses, people are moving more to the back of the room. I think everybody is sort of slowly but surely moving into Friday afternoon vibe. No, it's fine. We can have multiple meetings at the same time. That's very time efficient. So as you can see, it's really remarkable, Magda's work. I'm a big fan myself. So this is how she captures the last session. I'll leave you to admire it for a second. Yeah, really fantastic. So the next session is titled Captioning for Change. My colleague Nicole Emmenegger couldn't be here today, unfortunately, so I'm stepping in to host the session, but I'd like to acknowledge that she curated it. And the way that this is going to run is that we're going to watch a 12-minute film by Lisa Silvestre. And then we will be joined online by Sarah Hayden and Hannah Wallace from the Art of Captioning. So let's start watching the film together. So let's move to Sarah and Hannah. Can you unmute? Yeah. Well, welcome to Prague. It was a marvelous film that we were looking at with these wonderful captions. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. It's so great to be able to start today's session of Captioning for Change with Liza's A Sweet Fee. Just to quickly introduce myself, I'm Hannah Wallace. I'm a white woman in my early 30s. I wear a cochlear implant on my right ear, and today I'm wearing a navy blue jumper with a little white collar poking out at the top. And today I'm sitting on Sarah's right-hand side in her lovely apartment. I'm just going to let Sarah introduce herself very quickly. We're then going to take about 10 minutes each to talk, and then we'll be open for questions.
Hello, Prague, and thanks to Nicole and Ava for inviting us to address you all today. Just by way of a brief self-description, I'm sitting on Hannah's left. I'm a white woman, warmly dressed against the sudden cold in London at the moment, speaking with an Irish accent from my flat here, and there are various plants poking into the frame behind both of us.
Thanks, Sarah. So if we could just go to my first slide, please. So just to describe this, it says that the art of captioning in pink Arial font with my name in yellow. So my professional background is as an artist and in self-organized artist-led spaces before moving into working in the institution and sort of access and activism in relation to disability. I currently work in Birmingham in the UK as gallery program director at Grand Union, which is a small gallery and studio complex in the centre of Birmingham. Before I worked at Grand Union, I worked at Rising Art Centre, which is in Cambridgeshire, and at Nottingham Contemporary, which is where I first met Sarah, and this sort of set the course of our work together around captioning. So the art of captioning really sort of started from our shared interest in artists who were exploring access as a medium, which Sarah will talk more about in her work in a bit. But really sort of our approach to access is what we've learned from artists themselves, most of them who are deaf and or disabled themselves, and often informed by disability justice and also critical disability perspectives. So for us, access considerations are often understood as generative rather than prescriptive or as a burden, and are often sort of seen as an abundance rather and sort of as a proliferation rather than as a limitation. So if you could move to the next slide, please. The plan today is just to talk through an introduction to the art of captioning, why we do this work, and a little bit more about the idea of access as ethos. So the art of captioning sort of really sprang from, I don't know, I'm repeating myself there, aren't I? So our research began, when our research began, it was really clear to us that there were a lot of the references that we were coming across were coming from outside of the UK, often from the US, and we really wanted to try and make sure that we could push that work forward in the UK, especially in relation to moving image and sound-based media in the arts. So the first phase of the work that we sort of embarked upon together was titled Caption Conscious Ecology. This work was really sort of a springboard to explore the history, function, and kind of practical provision and the sort of creative potentiality of captioning. We sort of provided talks and workshops to explore this kind of aforementioned abundance of access making and by extension captioning. So this was a significant point for us in understanding where the conversation around captioning stood in the UK sector, sort of recognizing that some people's experience of captioning really was very minimal, whereas some people were exploring this day to day within their work and their practice. So at this point, we're talking sort of around 2020 to 2021. And so we were really thinking and sort of considering the effect of the pandemic and how this was starting to affect the art sector's relationship to captioning and access. So from our evaluation of the first phase of this work, we realized that we were really only scratching the surface, and that those who held the knowledge of captioning, their work really wasn't visible around us and in the sector, and that those who were undertaking that work were really quite overstretched. I think the sector was really only just starting to get to grips with the necessity of this work. And so on this basis, we applied for a research grant from the British Art Network, which is how we came to our project, The Art of Captioning. So the Art of Captioning is a research group that explores what creative captioning can bring to art whilst advancing the sort of like the vital work around access, equality and inclusivity in the sector. So as you might have noticed, when closures prompted a lot of galleries and museums to shift programs online, those working in the sector as well as in the public became conscious of and began to recognize the importance of accessibility in the digital context. So institutions started to experiment, often kind of for the first time with captioning, also with audio description, which Sarah will talk a little bit more about, sort of thinking about live streaming of events, about screenings. And so programs that had often excluded both deaf, disabled, but also blind people were made newly, if temporarily, accessible. So we understood that we needed to sort of really use this moment in time and sort of work with this sort of new consciousness around captioning and around sort of recognition of the necessity of access work, and especially within the sort of curatorial realm, especially within the visual arts. So looking at sound, moving image, but also performance as places of sort of creative possibility in relation to access and in particular captioning. So there is a quite interesting gap when you think about things like mainstream television. So certainly if you think about streaming sites such as Netflix, sort of provision of subtitles, captioning for popular television programs are quite prolific these days, but this doesn't necessarily translate into the visual arts in the same way. So many of the artists and arts organisations are now only really beginning to consider how their work might be made more accessible to deaf, disabled and neurodivergent publics. So alternative ways of engaging with audiovisual media are made maybe patchily available, and access is often only partially communicated and understood by those organisations providing it. But we sort of felt like often organisations didn't necessarily understand how to really implement these kind of access provisions clearly without sort of guidance. And so collections, museums, galleries often unsure how to make historic works more accessible as well as contemporary commissions. So at the same time, artists and activists are developing really exciting new ways of working that are perhaps a bit more expansive and treat access as a creative act in itself. So in the current landscape of increased awareness and innovative activity, there is both a huge opportunity and great need for collaborative research, and the art of captioning really tries to aim to generate new ideas and approaches a bit more collectively, ideas that are tangible with practical implications that can positively affect the way that the production and display of art can be considered and resourced. So our current questions at the moment, they're questions that we've started to ask, but definitely are questions that we're still asking as the research project goes on. So our questions are, how do we build on the activist histories of experimental moving image practices to galvanize discussions about the politics of access to art? How can we develop new methodologies for retroactively making moving image and sound artworks more accessible through captioning and audio description? What can we learn from the artists and access workers developing novel approaches to the translation of sound and image? What have the past 2 years of programming taught curators and organizations about access and accountability? And how can we work together to embed caption consciousness in commissioning, event programming, and exhibition making? So it's really important to note at this point that any of the work that we undertake and any time that we're talking about these subjects, we are always relating the methods and approaches and ideas back to practices of sort of disability justice and sort of a fight for equity within disability discourse. So none of this work is ever held in isolation from this, and our particular focus is related to sensory disabilities, so around captioning and often audio description, but it's always sort of in relation to the wider backdrop of a sort of critical disability equality work. So our first event within the Art of Captioning series, which was titled Making Access Work, was a conversation between access workers. So there was an audio describer, a BSL interpreter, and a captioner within the virtual room with us. And this was a really key conversation to have because, again, the actual labor of this work is very rarely visible. And it is often overlooked how these skills that people actually train to deliver are not necessarily something that people can just pick up. And it's not necessarily something that anyone can just, you can't just sort of tack it on at the end of a project. It's something that actually somebody needs to train to build up over time. And so it's very important that, you know, artists, curators, individuals and organizations understand what and who access is for and why that's important. And so it's more recent conversations revolving around the ideas of a temporality of access, which considers both the notion of the temporal in relation to time-based media, so that might be moving image or live or performative work, but also and how that can meaningfully provide equivalents of experience in these mediums and disciplines. But this also sort of links back to ideas of the temporal nature of considering access. So especially in light of a return to the normal sort of post-lockdown. So whilst individuals and organizations have begun to make strides in the last few years when considering access, sort of providing options of perhaps BSL, some audio description, captioning for one-off events, potentially online, a little bit in person. What was considered almost impossible pre-pandemic, but was made possible when lots of people needed it, when we were all shut away in our homes. It's sort of imperative that we not forget those tools and sort of like that skill set that has started to grow as we start to move back to in-person means again. And sort of like, you know, sort of build on this growing skill set to build equity into our publics permanently, not just temporarily, whilst there's a trend for it. So this just sort of leads a little bit into this sort of mention of the idea of access as ethos, whereby we sort of talk about accessibility in relation to integration in the long term. So access needs to become a methodology, not simply something that gets tacked on at the end of a project, sort of sorted out in the last 2 days of an event or an exhibition, sort of just considered once plans are already in place, that it needs to be sort of embedded at the beginning of a project, of an event, of an exhibition, because this is what creates the illusion of accessibility as a burden, and sort of something that damages the aesthetics inherent in a particular project. And so this is when, you know, that comes into like the planning, the budgeting, the timelines, whatever it means you might use to make something happen. And when we talk about accessibility, you know, I mean sort of the recognition that not everyone will enter a space, whether physical or virtual, from the same perspective. And you know, if the planning is put in from the beginning, resources won't be a limitation, funds won't be short, because it's been embedded from the foundations of the project. And this is through this could be like an ethos, an attitude, and an approach that becomes fundamental to the project succeeding. Alongside all of this, just thinking about what it means to do access well, time is really important, and things can't be rushed in the same way. So perhaps an artist or somebody related to a project operates on different timescales. Perhaps you need to book captioning or BSL interpretation far enough in advance to be able to provide adequate time. For stenographers and interpreters, perhaps you need time to work with audio describers, creating enough time to generate meaningful collaborations between artists to actually to create sort of like innovative new commissions. And never can this recalibration time be a bad thing. And there is a lot to learn from approaching things from this more accessible perspective. And so the more that we embed this way of thinking into practices, the more innovative and aesthetic it can become. So collaboration is a really key part of this, and an exciting part of the process. And that is a huge part of what we've learned from the artists that we've been working with and the contributors that we've sort of been researching alongside. And one of the main things that we've learned from them, I think, and something to bring up here, is just to think about transparency and generosity. It is important that access information is also really clearly stated. So offering an email is not enough. Like, the provision of access needs to be provided consistently at opening times, sort of like the artist information as travel information. There's a really amazing artist called Caroline Lazard who talks about this in a resource called Accessibility in the Arts, a Promise and a Practice. And they say the only thing more inaccessible than an inaccessible space is not providing information about how the space is structured. So how can we get to a point where we are welcoming publics from the get-go, rather than putting the burden on the individual to investigate whether a certain experience is going to be accessible to them or not. And so just the sort of final thing I wanted to talk about was, in the UK, we use this term quite a lot of duty of care. And I find that quite a difficult term to deal with. And so I talk a lot about how do we get away from this word duty, how do we move beyond this, and sort of how do we sort of move beyond this idea of it being a duty to something that we actually want to make happen. Because I think with care and understanding and accountability, then we sort of embrace the sort of artistic integrity of the work itself. And so I realized that I wasn't able to go through my slides very successfully, but if you could go to my last slide, I will just leave you with a quote. Yes, which is, oh, sorry, yes, just the one before that, which is, when we center disability, our limitations become endless care strategies and possibilities, which comes from Link St. Marie. And I will now hand over to Sarah.
Thank you, Hannah. And thanks, everyone. So what I'm going to do for these 10 minutes, if you can give me my first slide, please. And again, as for Hannah's slide, so just the next slide after this one then, is Sarah. I'm going to talk first. Thank you. Okay, so what I'm going to do very quickly is talk a little about captioning as description, about captioning and audio description as translation overlays, and then just give you a little bit of a peek into the process around Liza Sylvester's work, A Sweet Sea, which you've just seen as an example of using access as medium, and then a little peek into a project that I recently co-led with Lux to make a major experimental documentary called Handsworth Songs accessible for the first time. So just if I can sort of start by talking a little about captioning as description. It's important when we do any of this work to make clear that what we mean by this is more than what's ordinarily made available as interlingual subtitling. So we're not just talking about a thin rendering on screen of dialogue, or that bare acknowledgement that we get sometimes on subtitles that music happens with like a music note or the lyrics of a song. Instead, what we're interested in captioning is in having on as text on screen the rich, the thick description of all of the sound world of an audiovisual work, so that the information, the atmosphere, the tone, the aesthetic texture, all that is delivered as sound can be accessed in a textual form. We're thinking of it in terms of a translation or a transcoding of a work's soundscape into words, a rich rendering of what the sound is doing in and for the work. So as well as being essential for deaf people, captions will facilitate access to sound and language content for neurodiverse viewers, for anyone with language processing difficulties, and of course they will support language learners. What we want captioning to deliver is to bring about an equivalence of experience for hearing and deaf publics alike, so that the viewers, the public for a particular film, particular artwork, are engaging with it perhaps by different routes, but are ultimately getting an equivalent experience of the aesthetics as well as the kind of semantic content of that work. As Hannah said, our approach is very much learned from artists and access workers, people who are interested in creative deployments of access modalities, ones that enrich aesthetic experience by instead of rendering their work maximally accessible and inclusive. So in describing the sounds and images, these artists enact what Marcus, Best and Love have identified as the essential generosity that can attach to description. And I love this idea of a generosity in description. They talk about modes of description that attend not only to its objects, so not only to the objects of description, but also to the collective, uncertain and ongoing activity of trying to get a handle on the world. So this idea of description as a kind of process that's about bringing people into an experience with you, to share an experience. So in our work, we want to reorient the kind of understanding and deployment of these practices that are often dismissed as sort of stand-ins for a real experience, an original experience of a work, and instead to think of them in terms of what Mara Mills calls translation overlays. And these are complex as well as crucial phenomena in which, as Mills puts it, a double weave of source and target text, if we think of it in translation terms, affects the melding of a work with its own translation. So we can think of this as a kind of thickening and expansion and extension of a film through the captioning. So I'm going to talk very briefly then about two examples of artists doing this, or ways of doing this with art. So we've just seen Liza Sylvester's A Sweet Sea film, and in her previous caption series, what Sylvester does is takes existing films. So if you can give me my first slide now, please, my next slide now, please. Sylvester takes these existing films. So in one case, say caption 20th century, there's an image from this shown here. The underlying work is Howard Hawks's screwball comedy 20th Century. Another piece, Third Space, includes the film tracks of Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey alongside Sun Ra's Space is the Place. And I've got two stills from these works on screen now. And as you can possibly see on the screen, what Sylvester does is writes into the space where captions would be, right? So these are works that are not typically or historically captioned, where as a deaf viewer, she has no access to the dialogue, and these works are so dialogue driven in lots of cases. And instead she writes a sort of drip fed essay onto the films that appear in the space of the caption track. So in one of these images, you have like the image of an astronaut from 2001, and the description there of the sound is a voice so low the space between the vibrations of sound is detectable. And the one over the image from caption 20th Century, there's a woman very uncomfortably bookended by two men who seem to be harassing her quite aggressively, certainly spatially. And here the description is in fact of the image, and it says the sort of fabric that makes a little squeak when you tie a firm knot in it. So under Sylvester's intervention, these moving image artifacts that already exist, that aren't ordinarily accessible, are kind of carriers for a newly authored text. And that text is one that talks about the effort of trying to follow film without access to the information carried by sound, that dramatizes the work of interpretation on the basis of image and body language and facial expression. And crucially, that talks about the exclusion from film culture, from all of our kind of audiovisual culture, as an exclusion from a cultural commons that has real kind of social and political effects. So for a hearing reader viewer, experiencing these films, you're getting the film itself, right? So the image track, the audio track of the original film, plus a lot on top of it, this essay that's appearing almost like a kind of chatty live commentary written over the film. And what that means is that for a hearing reader viewer, that's really quite overwhelming. And it means you have to do some work to work out where to put your attention, what to follow, where to kind of direct your focus. And it produces this kind of sense of a kind of frustration and difficulty that is about kind of producing this kind of experiential sort of engagement with a different sensorium, a different way of engaging with media that's not designed for you, and that is causing kind of difficulty and complication. And in this way, sort of the process of access is being made material, and Sylvester is making this like strong case for captioning across the whole series. So if I can have my next slide now for a moment. So we've just seen the Sweetsea film here. And what you get from this film is that Sylvester's moved from this caption series, which kind of is the sort of starting point for a Sweetsea, into producing this work where the captions kind of show, I think, the whole poetic potentiality of what captioning can be. So the voiceover of the original children's cartoon appears as text on screen, but so too do these kind of beautiful multi-phase detailed descriptions of sound. So we had something like slow motion trilling way deep down, a sound turned inside out. These are captions that recognize and prompt us to appreciate the spectrum of sounds that can be made by something as simple as the interaction of air and water. Bubbles are described sometimes as a popping gurgle, sometimes as bubble heartbeats, as electronic bubbles. The descriptions acknowledge that sounds happen kind of simultaneously, that the sonosphere is volumetric, that we have foreground and background to our experience of sound. The industry's sort of standard captioning we might be familiar with from broadcast TV, from Netflix, tends to favor really absolute simple determinations about sound, right? The kind of the most basic sort of simple, flat description. It allows no complexity, no liminality, no subjectivity to the experience of sound. It pretends that hearing viewers always recognize the source of a sound. And against those conventions then, Sylvester gives us a caption like something like organ music that kind of gives us this sense of sound as something that we, that is sort of meaningful within film for its effect, for how it might be perceived, rather than in terms of its cause. It's not about the instrument that makes the sound, it's about what it's doing for the film. It's about its actual sort of aesthetic effect. When Sylvester captions her child's speech, as you'll have seen, she doesn't remove all those traces that are usually scrubbed out to produce a clean transcript. So we have repetitions of words on screen as they are repeated in the audio track. We have those phatic sounds, the ums and ers, the ahs, the hesitations, the grammatical slips. Often in this case, it's the child saying haves instead of has, the sort of accented contractions, gonna instead of going to, and the errors and the emphatic self-corrections the child makes as it tells this story. We have this sort of idiosyncratic pronunciation of regular instead of regular, and that's translated into a phonetically faithful idiosyncratic spelling on the screen. So what we're getting access to in the film is not just the words the child speaks, but their manner of speaking, their mode of relating, their way of actually engaging with the film, and their way of thinking about and talking about and sharing that experience. So the video expands the viewer's conception, I think, of the potentiality of captions. It activates them as a creative medium. And it gives us access to the emotional texture and the cadence of the communication. So I can either stop there or I can talk for a moment about the Hands with Songs project, as you wish. What would you prefer?
Well, so I'm a bit torn because I'd like to listen to everything, but then we are running quite late already. And we have some more topics on the program. So I have to, is it okay if we give the audience the opportunity to ask you a question?
Absolutely, that's fine. Absolutely fine.
Okay, super. Well, yeah. Are there any questions that you would like to ask? So for me, this is so fascinating, and it's definitely a window in a topic that I haven't considered as much before listening to both of you talk and sharing the wonderful examples. But I don't think that there's urgent questions from the audience. No, everybody is okay?
Is there a broader community of your art, or this is your invention? Just no.
I would say there's certainly a broader community. I think Hannah would agree here that there are lots and lots of artists working in these modes at the moment. There's a lot of interest in this. I think that the kind of primary sort of foment of this activity was in America a few years ago, and that's kind of been broadening from there onwards. But there are actually lots and lots of people doing really interesting work in this area, and we're constantly kind of receiving contact from people who are interested in these ideas, exploring them from different perspectives, and there's a kind of excitement about that. It's all very new, and it's quite thrilling to be part of a conversation. Hannah, do you want to?
Yeah, and I think as a curator, I am also being asked a lot by artists, filmmakers, artists who haven't used this method of working before, about how to get started. But I think, what's interesting for us is that they don't, how do they get started? Where do they gain the skills to do this? And I think this is where we're it's very exciting that artists want to do this, but it is critical that they make sure that they do it in an accessible way. So it is crucial that they approach it in a way that is still has access at the core of using the skill. But definitely it is growing. It is the pool of artists using it within their work is growing for sure.
Yeah, and I was on the Art of Captioning website, and I saw that there's a mailing list that we can subscribe to. So that's definitely something that I'm going to be doing. Well, thanks a lot. Let's give the speakers a round of applause, please. Thanks for joining us, and have a great weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Yeah, so now for something completely different. Klara Triskova from the, I have to say it right, maybe you would like to say it. It's the National Film Archive.
Today I'm going to talk about one project that we have started this year. So following year, our archive celebrates its 18th year of operation, and this entire period it has looked after not only Czechoslovak and later Czech films, but also non-Czech film works from different countries. And this year we created a list called the Transnational Inventory. And the inventory is composed of films from former third world countries, as they were called. And nowadays they are sometimes referred to as the global south. And some of these countries are facing or faced in the past climate conditions that were not so great for the actual film materials, or they faced abrupt changes in their political background that might have contributed to damage or loss of certain film works. And now there is also a risk of that the memory institutions are a little bit underfunded. So we would like to contribute to these issues, and we are aware that these terms as third world or global south are a little bit inaccurate and misleading. So that's why I like to be specific, so we can read the countries named there. There are countries from South Asia, Southeast Asia, Latin America. Also, we included countries from Caucasus. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Because these countries might have difficulty to access their film works, because they in the past have been deposited outside of their territories. So that's why they are included there. And all of these titles are usually present in our archive in the form of 35mm combined prints. So now let's jump to the idea. This idea came after two requests we got in 2018 and 2021. We were contacted from the part of Myanmar and then from Sri Lanka, and we got these demands for two feature films. One was Yadanabon and the second one Sandesaya. And at the time, our colleagues were really pleased to kind of respond to this request and do the digitization of both of the films and then send them to the countries so they could be screened for the local audiences. But maybe in the future or in the near future, we would like to be less reactive and a little bit more proactive. And that's why we created this list. Also, it's important to mention that our database is only internal. You cannot access it if you don't work in our institution. In the future, it might be partly or fully available for users from outside of our institution, but we think we should spread the awareness of this particular part of our collection as soon as possible, because now there are film works that are not available for scholars, researchers, and local audiences from the mentioned countries. We also got one part of the impulse why to create this transnational inventory was this year's IA International Film Conference in Amsterdam that discussed the scarcity of audiovisual heritage from the global south in the digital space. So we would like to publish our list online so it's accessible, and we want to also contact the institutions, the foreign institutions that might be interested in the digitization of the works that are deposited in our collection. Perfect. So we faced a couple of challenges. First one is that the titles and names of the films, film directors, cast were usually transcribed to Czech with Czech accents, with Czech vowels. So they suit Czech pronunciation. This practice was great for the audience that could speak only and read only in Czech in the past. but now it makes really difficult to search in our database, to search in this list that we created. And therefore, we try to link it also to the foreign databases like IMDb or Wikidata, so the foreign researchers could access it. Second problem we face is the geographical division into nation states and continents. We used it as a starting point, but it's indeed problematic because we cannot tell that the filmmakers like label their films as Angolan, Chilean, Azerbaijani, and ascribe them a nationality when the projects were co-productions between different states, or the film director used to work in different countries. So this is kind of problematic. So we, in the end, decided to just list the nationality of the film or a country to the uncontrolled, just to the uncontrolled column, uncontrolled headlines. And last problem we face is how to frame the project in the right words and how to communicate it in our institution internally, and also how to communicate it to the public without using the problematic labels and terms we try to avoid. Also, it's quite challenging how to call our program where we want to work with these films next year, because these films were appeared in our archival cinema Ponrepo. That is like it's like 15 minutes walking distance from here. So it's a beautiful building. If you haven't visited it yet, I recommend it. I recommend to see it. The films appeared in the past in the program, but this time for the next year's program, we would like to have a special focus on them. So we asked various cultural institutes in Prague, or embassies, or social network groups to reach out to the local non-majority communities and to invite them to the Ponrepo cinema, and so the audience can watch their films in their mother tongues, and of course there will be Czech or English subtitles for the Czech-speaking or English-speaking audiences. I can mention a couple of programs I am personally really looking forward to. First one would be a program of Apurva Satish. She studied here at FAMU University, and she's a film director. She was born in India, and she will introduce the Ponrepo audience to the works of Mira Nair, also an Indian film director. And she will focus on the female perspectives in Indian cinema. Then we are going to discuss Vietnamese cinema. And for that, we contacted Czech filmmakers with Vietnamese roots. We have here in the Czech Republic Vietnamese community, or Czech Vietnamese community. So they will present the Vietnamese films we have in the National Film Archive. And we are also going to organize a short film festival that will be focused on Afro-Brazilian and Afro-Portuguese, and we can say Afro-Lusophone cinemas from Angola, Mozambique, Brazil, and also from the Afro-Portuguese community. That will be in February. And to summarize this whole concept and this whole idea, so firstly, we would like to spread the word that the Národní filmový archiv Prague has these films, and that the foreign institutions from the countries I've mentioned can reach out to us and ask us for digitization of these works. We would like to, of course, publish the list of the titles online, and also we would like to, if it would be possible, we would like to produce preservation copies of these prints that could be quite unique or that are considered lost. We would like to preserve them in the on the film materials. And we would like to do more systematic programming of these films in our archival cinema, as I mentioned. So thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions about this project or about the films we actually have in our collection, you can ask me now or later.
What a fascinating story. And Clara, thank you for joining us and talking about it. I've had the pleasure to be at Ponrevo Cinema, and I can really say that it's one of the such a nice venue to watch historical film. I was actually on their website, and there's also English language film this evening at 8:30. So for those who are looking for something enjoyable to do in a very nice place, then go to the Ponrevo Cinema. Let's see. So we are next up. We have Saska and Oyana. So the floor is yours.
So I'm a radio and theater director and a playwright, and
my name is Bojana Šaljić-Podešva, and I'm a composer of predominantly electroacoustic music.
So the voice of Jackal that we will be listening later on, we developed collectively with a larger team of artists and scholars in the field of philosophy and biology, as well as other sciences. It was created in a very durational process and produced or co-produced by Radio Slovenia in collaboration with an artistic collective called August. On the picture, you can see the field in Bela Krajina. This is the field where we in October 2019 caught the voice of Jackal on the mic. We use a very special method called the acoustic method, because there's one beautiful fact that the voice of Jackal, when it travels silently, but when it wants to inhabit the space, it gives a voice. So, and waits if there will be a response. So if there is a response of other jackals, he moves forward, but if there is silence, he inhabits the space. So we use this method to try to record the voice, and we got it. So it's quite a success. I mean, it's not so easy to got it. Well, we will move next to the next slide. Thank you. So with Bojana, we collaborate and other colleagues for quite some many years now, and the voice of Jackal is integrates into our broader research opus, examining various discourses that reflect the relationship between human culture and non-human spaces, the other. And on screen, you could see one of the poems that basically is part of the scenario of the Voice of Jackal by Jure Detela. And we move to the next one, thank you. But in our opus, we also are rethinking the spaces where sound performances and works as stage, the ways of listening and the relation we may establish through sound. If I form it in other words, directive, narrative, compositional approaches that within the manner of putting matter into words resonate with the subjects that we are exploring. And the question we pose is, how do we approach the other, and how and why is humanity so separated from all that is non-human?
So on this
previous slide,
yeah, on this slide we see a photo from the Sonor Festival in Switzerland, where the work was presented among other occasions, and the festival visitors listened to the work in Slovenian language, but there were translations physically embedded into the root of the sound walk. So sound walk, it's a method of a way of listening, a way of having the work performed. And the next one.
Aha. This takes us back to the beginning, and one of the starting points of our process was the research called Spatial Distribution, Population Size, Estimation of Population Trends and Potential Expansion of the Range of the Golden Jackal Species, Canis aureus, in Slovenia. This research that talks about the migration routes of jackals in Slovenia is written in distinctive discourse of nature management. And we wanted to look at this discourse of managing with the nature through its development through time and through various schools of thoughts. And then the documentary sound content is complemented in a scenario by a lyrical line, which through the language of poetry discusses context embedded in the discourses that we question.
These discourses are very various, and together they create different forces that define relationship between human culture and non-human species. So it's composed sound, field recordings, documentary statements, philosophical statements. And with this, our goal was to create a perspective that takes us beyond the comfort of anthropocentrism. But the question is also whether can we be in any way different than anthropocentric, and how to establish contact with the other, so meaning non-human living beings, and why should we? Is it even possible, and are we able to get close to an animal or a plant in its temporality as it is?
And so, here on the picture, we are back to the Villa Krajina, the field, and there are two colleagues from the team, sound engineers and sound designers, Matjaž Miklič and Martin Floriancic. So if we move to the next slide, please, thank you. So the main part of our process is to explore how to introduce the non-verbal narrative of the jackal into human discourse of managing the other, because this discourse is very hierarchically organized. The question is then for us, or it was and still is, it's kind of a processional questioning, how to give the space and the voice to jackal or to the other, and what is that voice?
Next slide, please. So connecting to this picture, part of the process of the project was evolving also in the interior, where we established a setting, a landscape, a space, where we researched several lines of approaching the sound, because of course this whole work communicates through the sound. We were especially interested in the low frequencies, which are by height and by loudness in the range that is almost non-audible. Such sounds have physical properties that evoke the feeling of presence in the listener. So presence in the space, in the air as a medium. We used a 4-meter long string and used it as a musical instrument. So we researched different techniques of playing on it, combined with recording it through the magnets. And these recordings and their further transformations have the potential to talk to our bodies rather than just to our ears, and thus evoke slight tension, discomfort, even anxiety. So this anxiety is so specific for the spaces where we expect the presence of the other.
And next slide, thank you. One of the decisions was to move away from the primacy of the word and meaning towards a more sensual address of the listener. So our goal was that the work would unfold into another organization of temporality that will require a different kind of presence, attention, and listening. So that was one of the possible entrance into the question of how to give the sound of the other, the jackal, the power of voice, and to place its voice in the sound landscape as equivalent to our words. The word thus gravitates towards the musical conveying of content, and so towards the direct bodily experience. And to me, I mean, the idea was to let's say very simply, to meet in sound and to touch with sound.
Yes, to share through the sound. And so we researched the relationship between the word and sound, because there is, of course, all the time, a lot of text. This is our word, human word is the text. So we were exploring this word of word, but of word as a sound, and progressing from dissoluting our logos and intelligible aspect, rational, towards a sensual, emotional address of the audience. And we were also playing with sound properties of individual components of language as syllables, or taking only sibilants or only vowels, to make them become carriers of new meaning, of new scapes and symbolical value. And we then also used wordplay or ambiguous meaning formations, polyphony of the discourses, and also other methods, all of them in the goal of creating a map of the perceptive landscape. Because now that is a very established area already. It's not just saying, okay, let's go to the unconscious, but there is already a lot of very distinguished vocabulary where we can move to lead our audience from the logical across the associative and experience and towards the experience and to the unconscious. These are actually a lot of composed landscapes that have numerous subtle variations. And the common point of these variations is approaching the silence. Silence has a special place in this domain of our sound research. And we are not talking about the absolute silence, but about the silence that creates sensibility and the differentiation in the very silent part of our hearing ambitus, which is, we find, very important in this loud world where sound is many times very 2D. So we are searching for this plastic sound and our perception and evoking larger sensibility, in which influences also general perception. So such landscapes are then like the silence of the forest in the absence of the human being, the silence of the empty forest longing for its complex life, the silence of expectation, tension when we enter the intimate space of the other. And these silence become active. They even wear names like still forest, sterile forest, forest of fragmented words, and combined with live ambient recordings, establish spaces that transcend storyline to the perspective of forest and the other.
So this is the thought that we would like to share with you by Jean-Paul Thibault. I will just read it loud, or maybe we can read it all together in silence for a second. So in other words, as Jean Thibault would pose it, is the question of sensibility is a particularly relevant and operative way of thinking about current and future changes in our living environments. It also means that sensitivity is not a simple passive reception, but rather a power to intensify and transform our relationship to the world. So can you move to the next slide, please? Okay.
So this is from another presentation of the Voice of Jackal. It's a rather special one because this is actually an environment where a jackal crosses, and you can actually hear it or him there. And so also as a part of this exhibition, we included also the presentation of this acoustic method that Sashka described before. We were all together listening to catch the voice of jackal, and that was quite amazing experience because we managed to establish that, to evoke this emotion of tension, of awaiting of the other, which is actually in our civilization covered very deeply inside.
So, but coming back to the first broadcasting of the work, because there's a question, is it a film or a podcast? Yeah, it's not a film. Thank you. The first broadcasting took place on the last day of 2019, a few minutes before the midnight. We broadcasted it on air, but we invited listeners to take a stroll in a park, a garden, or just run around the city. It was a time of the highest lockdown in Slovenia, there was like this was one of the context of the first premiere. And then after that, the work was presented in very different contexts, like from the one that we did, the last one was in Bavaria, the place that you saw, and was a part of the collective listening. But we also do it in cinema halls in different. Maybe we can move to the next one. So this was in the Bavaria as collective listening experience, and the next one was the one that you already saw. This was Sonor Festival in Switzerland that played with the role of the translation as part of the walking experience. And then the next photo, please. And this is one of our favorites, to say so, or like it took place on the island Hvar in Croatia, and there is a beautiful radio drama and radio documentary festival going on every year. It's called Primarovic, and the specifics of this festival is that all the works are presented in an open air locations. So the Voice of Jackal was presented in a demolished courtyard of a monastery, and there is a beautiful tree, growing from the ruins, and there is a lot of birds. So we decided to play the work in a very silent way, and then in the moment when the jackal starts to howl, the birds starts to interact with it, so they basically took over it and they create a composition together. So for us, this was kind of a sign of the humbleness of our presence, to say so, to give the space to the other. So we would really like to thank you for your attention, and thank you for listening. And maybe because we are running out of time, if you agree, we could, if there are any questions, we'll be around, and we could also do it in a more non-formal way after the listening to the work. Thank you.
Well, this was completely mesmerizing. I enjoyed it a lot. Thank you very much for bringing the audio experience to this room. The Dolby Atmos also is really nice, isn't it? To use the best speaker system. So that brings us to the end of the day. If I counted correctly, there were 17 speakers online and in the auditorium today. We started with a storyteller from the future, Karen. She came back from the future to share some of her thoughts about where the archival community is going. She talked about archives working together with artists, and she also talked about the importance of thinking about communities, community archiving, involving communities in archiving, also connecting it to the new ICOM definition about the role of heritage organization in society, which is one of the things that I found very powerful. Then we had a lovely panel where one of the conclusions that I drew from it was that through the projects that we've been doing quite recently, EUscreen is going to be the sort of natural hub to think about adding subtitles and really supporting transnational explorations in archives. So really, I think a very big step if you think about where we come from, because years ago the challenge was, oh, let's get collections online. Then the challenge was, let's get collections connected to other collections. But still, actually experiencing collections in different languages was still a big hurdle. And yesterday in our network meeting, we saw how artificial intelligence can help to create multilingual access. But today also we saw a lot of rich work, and so I'm quite happy that EUscreen has that position. And then after the break, thinking about the challenges of disinformation and also the different ways that we can fight the impact. So not only looking at media literacy, pre-booking legislation, but look at all the different factors combined, and also what we as archives can do in that respect. Then artistic approaches to subtitling, which is a very novel space for me, and I'm very keen to explore more. Clara, and your wonderful story about the specific collection of the archive, the origin story, and also what you're going to, how you're going to show that next year was also super. And then, then the sound experience that we just witnessed, and it's really fabulous to hear the makers of the work telling their, being in the same room with them, experience it together. So it's very a rich experience.